Good morning. It is Friday, June 12th, 2015. It is just a couple minutes before 4 a.m. Our destination today, final destination today, is Albert Lea, Minnesota, with a few stops in Wisconsin before we get there. So we're about to begin our trip, so sit back, relax, and we'll talk when we get to Wisconsin Dells. Alright guys, we are at Paul Bunyan's in Wisconsin Dells. And this is our first stop for breakfast. Then we'll be back on the road again. Okay, after a good breakfast at Paul Bunyan's, we are back on the road again. It is 8 o'clock. The next few stops that I have to make are going to be very difficult stops. I'm not sure if I will actually post the video of those stops, but due to the fact that they are of such a personal nature, we'll see what happens. Alright, we're on our way. Alright guys, we are in Minnesota, I believe. So let's take a little break here. And then I'll get some pictures of the surrounding area. Alright, stand by. That's a train. What you're looking at here is the Mississippi River in Minnesota. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this little stopover. Our next stop is in about an hour. So, we're off again. Enjoy. Wow. Alright, tiny little place here. 1 hour ahead of check-in. Keep your fingers crossed, because I ain't moving after this. It is Saturday, June 13th, 2015, and we're continuing our Road to Rushmore trip. It is currently 4:37 a.m. I am in Albert Lea, Minnesota, and it is approximately 7.5 hours to our final destination of Rapid City, South Dakota. Also, it is 62 degrees, it is foggy, and it's drizzling. Alright guys, I am in Mitchell, South Dakota at the Corn Palace. Let's go get some pictures. Stand by. Alright guys, I'm in front of the Corn Palace in Mitchell, South Dakota. All pictures that you see on the building, inside the building, all made of kernels of corn. They're not only made of kernels of corn, they're made of corn husks. Alright guys, that was a nice little visit to Mitchell's Corn Palace. It is 9:06. Shortly after I get on the expressway, we gain an hour because we move from Central Time to Mountain Standard Time. So let's see where we end up next. Here we go. Alright guys, I am at the world famous Wall Drugs in Wall, South Dakota. Place is huge. Stand by for inside pictures. Alright guys, we're going to continue on our trek after a nice time at Wall Drugs. Our next destination is Rapid City, South Dakota, and we will be there in about an hour. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Alright, welcome to Motel 6, Rapid City, South Dakota. It's check-in time. welcome to day 3 of Dashcam Adventures Road to Rushmore. As you can see by the sky in front of us, it's a cloudy day. We had some thunderstorms last night. And it's 54 degrees currently. I am wearing long pants, long sleeves, and hopefully it's going to warm up today. I brought shorts and a t-shirt to change into later. Let's find a place to have breakfast and start the day. Alright guys, we are at our first stop for the day. Reptile Gardens. Let's go see some creepy crawlers. Alright, let's do this. Alright, there's nothing in there. There we go.
That's a lot of them.
Yeah. 37.
37?
Yep.
Michael, stay back, guys. They like chicken. What do they do like chicken? Oh, there's a lot of gators in there. Bob's over here.有两种，一种是。
Alright, how you guys doing today? Good. So, for those who weren't at my snake show, my name is Ryan. I will be doing this alligator show for you here today. Yeah. Before we go ahead and get started, I'm going to remind you that after this show, starting at 10:30, there will be a bird show that's going to be located down here to my left in the corner. You guys should really go check that out. It's a pretty neat show. Got some parrots, some birds of prey. Otherwise, all these animals in this enclosure, they are reptiles, and they do belong to a group of reptiles known as the crocodilians. There are going to be 4 different types. You got your alligators, the crocodiles, the caiman, and the gharial. I do have 3 of those 4 types for you guys in here today, and we'll go ahead and point out some of the differences on them so you can tell them apart. First thing, like most animals in there, like this guy right here, he's going to be an American alligator. He does have more of a rectangular or U-shaped head. His nose is almost kind of flat in front. His name's actually Bucky.
You kill somebody?
Did you kill someone? No. Nope. Thankfully. No one's ever died up here. That's nice. This guy right here, this is American alligator as well. All those back 4 over there, those are American alligators. You guys over here, let's see, we can point out a few. Back in that corner, basically all of them in that back corner, American alligators, you have more of a rectangular U-shaped head. Then you've got your Nile crocodile, like this guy sitting right here. He does have more of a V-shaped head. His nose kind of comes out to a point. There's also another one right behind him. These 4 right here are all Nile crocodiles. They have that V-shaped head. We also have 2 different types of caiman as well. We do have our little brown caiman, which has his head poking up right there. He's a little bit smaller. He's like tan or brown color. And we have our Yakare caiman, who is sitting right there with his eyes shut. He does have dark stripes on his lower jaw, so you're going to tell him apart from the alligators. Now the differences in head shape is probably the easiest way to distinguish between an alligator and your typical crocodile. There are of course going to be other ways to tell them apart, but really only those a herpetologist is going to know or care about. One thing you guys are probably wondering or do care about is which one's going to eat people, or specifically which one might go ahead and eat me today. They're all carnivorous animals, which means they do eat meat. They can even be cannibalistic and eat each other, so they're not going to worry a great deal about whether they get a hold of us or not. This is going to be more a matter of opportunity, which does present itself more frequently in the jungles and outback. Or in Africa, where the Nile crocodile is found, you'll find people going down to rivers and streams to get their water and wash their clothes. This does provide that crocodile with a regular opportunity to prey upon people. And though it has been claimed more people are killed and eaten each year in Africa by the Nile crocodile than all the other animals on the continent combined. So you could say that crocodile is the true man-eater. Now you are going to find both alligators and crocodiles here in the United States, yet rarely do you hear of us being bothered by them, because rarely do we give them the opportunity to do so. Another difference between the alligators and crocodiles has nothing to do with appearance. The alligators are semi-tropical, which means they live where it cools off during the winter months. So when they get cold, their metabolism slows way down, they stop eating and become dormant. The crocodiles are found in the parts of the world where it is warm all year long, so they are active and feeding throughout the year. Now you guys probably come out here today hoping to see me step out that door right there, immediately have to take off running with everything chasing you at my heels, right? Just nipping away. Instead you guys get this. I'm much happier at this. Now being cold-blooded reptiles, they create no heat of their own, none of that nervous energy like we have really moving around and such. And so if they have nothing to do, that is exactly what they're going to do, is nothing. And as you guys can tell, they're really good at it. They're so good at that. People ask us all the time, and you probably came here wondering yourselves, are they even alive? And some people ask us, they think they're all statues or they're stuff. And one lady did come out here one year and ask us how many times we have to inflate the ones in the water. Yeah, right. I assure you we do not inflate our alligators. Now, they're going to be like lions and tigers, which means they depend upon what they can catch in order to survive. But lions and tigers are warm-blooded, which gives them the ability to stalk their prey and the endurance to run it down. And crocodilians, being a cold-blooded animal, they do not have that endurance to stalk their prey. As far as running down that prey is concerned, one look at these guys is going to tell you they're not exactly built to run. They do have those big bodies and tails and short, kind of stubby legs. This doesn't mean they cannot run, however. Most of the animals in here can outrun in a short distance, but in the wild, most animals they prey on are faster than humans, so they don't even try. They rely more on their ability to lay motionless and blend into their surroundings. So they'll lay here, totally submerged like these two guys are right now, poking just those eyes up above the surface, waiting for an animal to come to the river to drink or swim. They'll like quietly sink under, swim over, and then strike out, grabbing a hold of whatever part of that creature they can. If it is small enough, they'll go ahead and swallow the whole. If it's too large, they'll drag it to the bottom of the river in order to drown it, or they'll then dismember it later at their leisure. But they're restricted just that one method of hunting, however, can be just as effective on land as well. They'll lay there totally motionless like all these guys are right now, just wait for something to walk right next to them and then swing to the side and grab them. They are comparatively slow at running, but amazingly quick at striking. Perhaps we can go ahead and show you some of that speed here today, and while we're at it, we'll go ahead and show you how to power a large alligator. No kidding. Yeah, it's like 37 against 1. What do you think they do between the shows besides conspire to bite me every time? If you guys ever see Kyle around today, you should talk to him. You wanna know why? He got bit yesterday. Alright, anyway. A quick question now. Raise your hand if you did come out here hoping to see someone get bit today. Okay? So you need to figure out who not to trust anymore. We also have a feeding portion later, and he volunteers to throw in here. Alright. Now you probably heard that a man can hold the mouth of a very large alligator shut using a moderately strong pair of hands. We don't go so far as to say the world's largest alligator's mouth shut. No one has hands big enough to wrap around those jaws. We can say the average person does have sufficient strength in their hands to overpower the muscles that open the jaws of, say, a 6 or 7 foot alligator. Only problem is, he's probably not just going to let you walk over, reach down, grab his mouth, and hold it shut. He might. They're going to try and twist and roll away from you, do whatever they can to get away. There are, of course, techniques for dealing with alligators, which we'll go ahead and demonstrate for you here today. First thing we are going to need is our alligator fishing pole back here. The next thing we are going to need is an alligator. So do you guys want a big one or a small one? Big one! Small one sounds great. You want it to be really mean and really hungry too, right? Yeah. It's always the same with all you people. I don't mind. Don't want to do those two in the water though, because they'll really mess me up. So we're going to go ahead and grab one of these guys in the back over here. They're usually pretty friendly. Plus they're sneaking up on me anyway. They're volunteering basically, right? Right. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I don't know, she doesn't want to volunteer anymore. There you go. One more. There we go. Alright, who's gonna volunteer back here? Who's ready? Should you use the hissing one? Or the other hissing one? Oh! Yeah, that'd be something. Wrestle 2 alligators at once. That'd be new. Alright, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna use this hissing one. Need a clear path though. So, see, look at all those shiny, sharp teeth in his mouth. Come on. Excuse me. Excuse me. Come on. Please. Hope this sleeping bear. Yeah. Alright. Come on. Excuse me. You need to move. Please. Come on. Alright. So, about getting you ready. Come on. Come on. Alright, we're going to use the other end. Tickle his tummy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go that way a little bit. Please, please. Not too happy this morning, are you? No, I can't even get back up there. Come on. Okay. I'm going to need a longer pole here pretty soon. Come on. Keep going. There you go. Alright. So, we will go ahead. I'll grab this big guy back here. The one that didn't hiss at us. Alright. No, we're going to use the hissing one. You stay. You stay. Are you sure we want to do this? Alright. So, need this tail. You stay. That works. Alright. Okay. We've got our volunteer. No, right? This is kind of like the classroom though, and the teacher calls on you, you don't want to be called on anyway. So, this is your volunteer we got right here for you. Good night. First, we like to take our alligators for a walk to make sure they get their exercise. Next thing we're going to go ahead and do is jump on this alligator's back. You guys may ask us why we do this. We do this for... I ask myself actually the same question every morning, why I do this. It's actually so we can go ahead if you ever need to perform like medical procedures on them, look at them, check the inside of the mouth or anything, demonstrate some of those handling techniques we're here today. Just straighten these out the right way. Alright, we're going to try and trick him. We're going to drag him the other direction. No tricking with this guy. Come on. Straighten out for the nice people. They came to see you, not to see me. Let's go. Alright. Alright. Close enough. So, very important when we're jumping on the alligator's back to land in the safety area. That is the area located behind his head, not out in front of it, not to the sides. If I do overshoot that safety area, I will get bit, and you guys are going to be abused, at least for a little bit. So, you go ahead, make sure that head's nice and straight. Give his tail a nice tug between the legs. Go ahead, jump on this guy's back. Just so you guys know, you are watching all those back there. Yes, I see all of you with your cameras waiting. Alright. Make sure the head's nice and straight. There we go. Woo! Yeah. Now, first thing I'm going to go ahead and do, put our knees in the alligator's armpits.
There's one coming here at you.
Sit. Stay. Good boy. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's like I'm jumping in hornets and stuff here.
Like, you're sitting.
Alright. Now. I love my job. These alligators' armpits turn our feet inward behind their hind legs. Doing this kind of helps restrict their movement, stops them from walking out from under us, twisting and rolling. Next thing we do, cover up their eyes sometimes. Covering the eyes of the alligator does seem to relax them. We're not sure why. We have been told covering the eyes of the alligator does make them think they're kind of dead. So then I wonder what happens if you just cover up one eye. Is he half dead? No. No. Next thing we're going to go ahead and do, see if I'll show you how to show you some of his adaptations inside of his mouth. Yeah, right. Come on. Open up. Open sesame. Alright. Not this side of him, but also if you see, got a lot to say. You'll notice in the other ones sitting with their mouths open, you're not going to be able to see down an alligator's throat or a crocodile's or anything like that, because the back of the tongue acts like a valve, allows these guys to open their mouth underwater without taking in water. So the only way you will ever see down an alligator's throat is if you ever catch him yawning or if you happen to be on the way down it. I'm not sure why that's funny, but okay. Alright, next thing we're going to do is show you how to hold an alligator's mouth shut. We're going to very carefully place our hands in the alligator's neck, slowly slide those hands forward, forcing the jaw shut as we go along. It's very important to take your time with this process. You don't want to slip and mess it up. Get your fingers wedged in there. So do go ahead. Nap time. Right. You go ahead, grab his jaw, just start way back here. Slide those hands forward. Rock back with his head. Holding his head in this position does help prevent the alligator from backing out from under us. If you did do that, he would be sitting on my back, showing all of you how to hold my mouth shut. This is also how, if we ever need to look at these guys, we'll go ahead, hold their mouth shut like this, have someone else come up here in the front and go ahead and tape their mouth shut really good, so we don't worry about getting bit while we're checking these guys out. This is me how you hold an alligator's mouth shut. If you guys ever do get in the mood and you want to do it yourself, now you know how. Right. Next thing, these guys are going to be amphibious reptiles. They are not amphibians like frogs, toads, or salamanders. They do spend a great deal of their time in water. And some of that time is going to be underwater. They can hold their breath for up to several hours, and how long they hold their breath is determined how warm or cold they are. How active they are is going to determine how quickly they run out of oxygen. Some of the other features on this guy's head, he's got nostrils out in the front that are equipped with valves that close shut when the alligator submerges. He's also got ears right behind each eye that are equipped with valves as well. And then the position of those eyes on the top of the skull is a great hunting adaptation. It does allow them to totally hide their body under the water, just those eyes poking up above the surface. It does, however, put them in a vulnerable position, so they are retractable and can be pressed flat into the skull where they are protected by a bony ridge. Last thing you'll notice is when they open their eyes, or any of these guys out here, their eyes almost seem to roll in their head. And this is going to be due to a secondary eyelid called the nictitating membrane. It acts like a built-in pair of diving goggles and allows these guys to see underwater. So they are going to be well adapted for aquatic life. We are going to go ahead and jump off this guy's back, my favorite part of the show. We can go ahead and cover up his eyes, look behind us, make sure none of his buddies are sneaking up back there. Kind of push down, jump off, run away screaming. Let's give that guy a round of applause. Now you are going to notice that these guys' teeth, they are kind of conical in shape. Don't go that way. They're round and pointed. This means they're not built for biting up chunks of food. So if an animal is too large to go ahead and swallow whole, they'll grab a hold of it, shake violently in order to tear it apart into smaller bite-sized pieces. If there are other equally hungry alligators or crocodiles in the area, they too will grab a hold of that creature, spin in the water doing that death roll in order to tear out smaller bite-sized chunks. Now if we did come out here, just throw down a big piece of food for these guys to tear apart on their own, it would not be long before you'd see a lot of injuries like you would in the wild. These guys do get a bit careless when they are fed. They don't mind taking out part of a buddy's leg, part of his tail, anything like that. So we do feed them small bite-sized pieces of chicken, which I'll go ahead and grab for you guys here real quick and show you how they are fed. Alright. So we do feed these guys out here, we do feed them chicken legs. I do believe they are just like what you buy at the grocery store. I do believe they are in fact Tyson brand. You guys can go buy some yourself, see what alligator eats. If we can out here, just started throwing down food, it would not be long before they start to associate us with the source of food. Not long after that, I may become the food. Since we don't want that, we've trained them. That's a leaf, by the way. He's going vegetarian. Since we don't want that, we've trained them to associate this bucket with the sound signal, kind of like a dinner bell, so that these guys do know it is time to be fed. You can kind of tell they already know what time it is. You got the buffet line waiting in the water. These guys sitting up here. So we're going to go ahead and give this bucket a few real quick hits here and see if we can't get some more action. Now these guys, alright, just a second. Here we go. Not much. Now we're going to go ahead. You'll notice that because the eyes, the position of the eyes on the top of the skull, they're not going to be able to see anything that isn't right above them. So they will see that meat fly through the air, hear it hit the ground, then feel around with that lower jaw in order to locate that piece of meat. They're going to then have to roll their heads to the side because their heads are far too long, necks far too short. You simply reach straight down and pick up that piece of meat. There, you got it, buddy. You already got one, you're good. Here, you want one? There you go. It's over there. Alright. You have a few more pieces. We'll go ahead and feed this guy one more. You guys gonna get that one? Alright, we're gonna feed some of these guys in the water here. Stay down. Alright, so we'll feed that guy. We jumped here today. Feed Bucky. We'll feed the 4 and the 3 that are in the water. Oh, satisfying. Right? Because of that valve in the back of the mouth, they are not going to be able to swallow anything below the surface. So they are going to go down, feel around with that lower jaw once again, and then go ahead, have to bring that piece of food back up to the surface. Or just, is this guy? Yeah. Did not get it.
There we go.
There you go. Those two are just having a stare down. It's like a bacon in the sun for a while. Come over here. You stay. We're going to go ahead. We do have one more piece of chicken. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get some of those guys over there to jump in the water. Not that one. Come here, guys. I need you guys to come up here, though. Come on. At least spin this way a little bit. Oh, they're all coming, right? Maybe more than we wanted to. You got it. You can do it. No, you can't. Come on. Come here. Keep coming. Crocodile. Not so much. You can stay. Okay. Okay. That's enough. You stay down. You just go down, man. Alright. So we'll go ahead. We're just going to get this guy. Alright. Come here. Ready? 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 Oh, you missed it. It's down there. It's down there. There you go. Alright. There we go. Now, this last piece of chicken, you guys are going to notice that we don't feed all these guys at every show. You feed out about 7 to 8 pieces of chicken. There are about 37 animals in here. So they're not going to get fed at every show. It's not a big deal. Being large, cold-blooded reptiles, they do have a lot slower metabolism. They don't all get hungry at the same time. So it's not a big deal for them to wait a couple hours, couple days, couple weeks, maybe several months before their next meal. In fact, there's a group of Nile crocodiles in Africa that survives on one substantial meal a year. It's with the annual wildebeest migration that passes through. So these guys have no problem waiting for the next show in a couple hours. I do have one more surprise for you. Get a little surprise you guys in the back. We're going to run it back and grab here real quick.
butterflies are too scared about the crash.
Aw, I missed you guys too. I'm just kidding. This is a guy right here. His name is Fluffy. Now, Fluffy is going to be a 2-year-old American alligator. When he is born, he's going to be about 6 to 8 inches in length. Pretty small. Now, the mother will actually protect the young for the first year or possibly even 2 years. It isn't even possible that she protects this year's clutch from the previous year's babies. They'll actually try to come back and eat their siblings, basically. So, you got it, buddy. There you go. There you go. He's just like that effort. Probably just gonna sit there for a while. Alright. But anyway, this guy's a lot smaller, more manageable in size, so we are going to go ahead. We're going to tape his mouth shut real quick so he doesn't bite anybody on accident. We're going to go ahead and bring him between the fence line here for you guys to go ahead and pet if you want to. You can take pictures, ask questions. Otherwise, that is the end of this show. The next show is going to be that bird show starting at 10:30 over here to my left. Thank you all for coming out today, and I hope you enjoyed the show.
No. I would. Okay. Well, you are, so.
You could picture him and the prairie dog in the background.
Yeah. I got his head. We got a picture of you. I got a picture of your head. You're stupid.
Look at this, Jim. This is crazy. Cool. I wonder how far down these things go when they go. I wonder how far down they have and stuff.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed our little visit to Reptile Gardens. Now we're going to continue our drive and see where we end up next. Here we go. Alright guys, we're at the 1880 train in Hill City, South Dakota. Stand by. Alright guys, very disappointing. I just missed the train. I have to come back later. Or tomorrow. Or sometime later in the week. I did get some good shots at the train museum. But let's drive around and see what we can find in Hill City. Yeah. Well, she said the same thing.
Welcome to Crazy Horse Memorial and to our home. My name is Ruth Wolkowski. I am the wife of the sculptor who started carving the mountain, Korchak. He passed away in 1982, and since then our family, which is 5 sons and 5 daughters, have continued working with a wonderful staff, an amazing crew on the mountain, and the Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation. We are happy to have you here today and want you to know the Crazy Horse story and understand the dream that is coming true here at Crazy Horse.
Welcome to Crazy Horse Memorial, which honors the North American Indian, all tribes. It's a mountain carving and much more. This is how the non-profit memorial will look when completed, a vast educational and cultural center. It'll include the Indian Museum of North America and the University and Medical Training Center for the North American Indian. The focal point is the mountain, where the face of Crazy Horse was completed and unveiled in 1998. That was on the memorial's 50th anniversary, which included the first blast of the second 50 years of progress. Dakota elders picked Crazy Horse for the mountain carving, and they insisted the memorial be located in the Black Hills. The hills are revered by Native people, such as Olympic champion Billy Mills.
Crazy Horse Memorial, I think, it needs to be, it represents 2 things to me. It represents the integrity of our elders who asked Korchak to build a monument honoring one of our chiefs in our sacred Black Hills. And that is a commitment we should never lose sight of. Just as I will never ever lose the feeling, the sacredness of the Black Hills to me. Our elders made a commitment. They went to Korshak to build a monument honoring our people, our way, our culture, our values.
To carve the mountain, the elders picked sculptor Korczak Żółkowski, whose physical appearance changed along with the mountain. Following his death in 1982, the project's been continued by his wife Ruth and their large family. In 1939, the sculptor's dramatic marble portrait of Paderewski won first prize at the New York World's Fair. That gave Chief Standing Bear and his fellow chiefs the idea to invite Korczak to the Black Hills.
You know, I've been known since I was a year old. I was born in Boston. I was brought up an Irish prize fighter. And I always told him when I was 16 I was going to beat, but I was just going to whip him, that's all. When I was 16 I couldn't quite do it, so I left him. I went to work on the waterfront. And I always said I wanted to do something worthwhile with my life. And I wanted to become a sculptor. And one day when I was 13, I read about this man Baldwin carving a mountain. Well, I'm thinking that about 16 years later, I was going to be working as his assistant on Mount Rushmore. And I got a letter from this old Indian I'd never met, standing there. And he asked if I'd build a memorial to their people, so the white people know that their men had great heroes also. Well, having brought myself up, and being American of Polish descent, I thought that it wasn't too much to ask for. And I had no place to go, so I decided to dedicate my life doing this.
Korczak felt both the glory and the tragedy of the Native American were reflected in Crazy Horse's short life and death. His sculpture shows Crazy Horse declaring proudly, "My lands are where my dead lie buried." Crazy Horse was one of the strategists at the Battle of the Little Big Horn. He never signed a treaty and refused to live on a reservation. He was stabbed in the back by a soldier while under a flag of truce. The memorial began very humbly. Korczak lived in a tent the first 7 months. Like a pioneer, he cut trees to build a log studio home. There was nothing here, no roads, water, or electricity. When he started work on the 600-foot-high mountain, Korczak was almost 40 and had only $174 left to his name.
I know how humble I started on the mountain. I started on the side with a single jacket, a hammer and a steel. And I built my holes around 3-4 feet deep and blew them off. Then I brought an old compressor. It was 24 years old, an old Buddha. And I put a pipeline 2,440 feet long from the compressor on the ground up to the top of the mountain. So for the first 7 years, I climbed up 741 steps and I carried everything up on my back. When I grew up, I'd start the big compressor. I used to crank it, you know, and I'd put a 50-pound box of dynamite in one shoulder. Put a wire, a string of bits around my neck. Then I take maybe an 8 or 10 or 12, 14-foot steel in my left hand, and that's how I start up the mountain. The old Buddha, the old compressor, was kind of decrepit, and I'd get sometimes quarter of the way up, and I'd just hear that thing go kaput, 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 kaput. Put everything down, walk all the way down the staircase, start up again, crank it up. Wait there 5 minutes, start up the mountain, pick everything up, go up to the top, which is quite a distance, put all my things down, get my air valve cleaned out, oil the hammer, pick it up, get my starter steel in it, just start to drill one hole, get down about a foot, and you can hear the big Buddha, kaput, kaput, kaput. Down I'd go again. One day I did that 9 times, you know, that gets awful old. Oh, I tell you, that walk up and down there is terrible.
Korczak worked alone for years, but mountain goats kept him company. The goats loved the staircase, and they climbed it right along with Korczak. They've never left in spite of the decades of blasting. The old Buddha symbolized the severe financial hardship, but there also was joy. Korczak married Ruth Ross, and they began their family of 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls. Korczak even delivered one of them. There were so many kids in school at one time, they attended their own one-room school at Crazy Horse. They also learned by helping their parents in rather unusual ways.
Well, see now, you see why we had 10 children. They were all, the boys were necessary up on the mountain, and the girls were necessary down here to help mother with the visitors. It was rather hard work to keep on pounding that dynamite in.
The first blast took off only 10 tons. It was at the June 3rd, 1948 dedication, attended by 5 survivors of the Battle of the Little Big Horn. Comparing then and now shows the dramatic change. The first rock removed was from the area in red, in front of Crazy Horse's face. It took Korczak 5 years working alone. Next, he leveled this area in red above the arm, which will be more than 200 feet long. Cutting the tunnel under the arm was the hardest part. It took more than a decade to remove this area. It's in front of the horse's head, which will be 219 feet high. For size perspective, picture Mount Rushmore, where these marvelous heads are 60 feet high. All 4 heads on Rushmore combined would fit in just Crazy Horse's head, which is almost 9 stories tall. This huge bulldozer gives another size perspective. On the other side, one bulldozer did fly off the edge, but the lucky driver leaped to safety, just in the nick of time.
I was bulldozing on the back side on one of the roads that we were building, and my dad was bulldozing down on the ramp lower, and the brakes went out of the cap, and I went off that edge, went over my dad, and the cat went all the way to the bottom, or the top of the mud pile. And I bailed out, and I went about 70 feet or so, I suppose, and my dad probably thought I was dead, but he turned around and looked, and there I was, dusting myself off. I landed in the only soft pile of dirt in the mountain. And once he realized I was alive, he said, "You got it in there? You get it out." We're still using that cat today.
Crazy Horse is the largest sculpture in the world, on a scale higher than the Washington Monument or the tallest Egyptian pyramid. Overall, the Crazy Horse Colossus will be 563 feet high and 641 feet long. The work on the mountain is done by one of the top explosives engineering teams in the country. They use small jackhammers and big hydraulic drills and a variety of high explosives. One of the finishing tools is a dangerous supersonic torch. Following completion of Crazy Horse's face, work began on the massive horse's head. It'll be 22 stories high. The ears will be 42 feet long, the nostrils more than 30 feet in diameter. All the progress is guided by Korczak's scale models and books of measurements he prepared for that purpose. 18 years younger than her husband, Ruth Szulkowski has directed the project since Korczak's death. 7 of their sons and daughters work with her in a dynamic team effort.
It was always a dream because it was the reason we started the scholarship fund in '78. It was just one of the 3 missions of the Crazy Horse Memorial: to carve the mountain, to build a museum, and to create the Indian University of North America and the Medical Training Center. It's been there from as long as I can remember. It was just a part of it from the very beginning. And now with the university, it will grow each year, little by little. When you're responsible for people's lives, you've got to have the wherewithal to see more than just next year or the year after. You have to know that you have the finances to keep up with it and not have to quit. Our goal is to go to a 4-year degree granting college, but we have to know how we're going to pay for it every year.
During my time here this summer at Crazy Horse, I've learned many things about myself. The thing I'm most proud of is I have learned that I truly and honestly believe I belong in college and I'm going to succeed.
One thing I discovered about myself is that I accomplished something that I never thought I could have. I'm making a positive change for myself and becoming the best role model I could ever be for my siblings.
The visiting public also plays a key role because all the revenue for the nonprofit memorial comes from admissions, contributions, and gift sales.
The financial philosophy here at Crazy Horse has remained the same over all the years. Korchak believed in individual initiative and private enterprise. He didn't think that you had to stand around with your hand out waiting for the government to finance a project. This project has been financed entirely by people coming in here and with their contributions and admissions. And it is not a federal or state project. It will not be. Each one of the youngsters has a niche that they fill, a job that he or she does, and they can use their individual talents. And it's truly a family project. And it's wonderful to see them taking over so that you know there's continuity into the future. Anne is missed by all of us, and she loved the museum, loved the Indian people, took care of the gift shop, and she was always busy with people or guests or doing something out there to redesign or make a new display.
Dad made it special, Dad and Mom made it special, and it's just that it's a dream, and it's a dream that can become reality.
I guess I see myself as a caretaker of their things. You know, just Dad always said that if you took care of their things, then they would take care of you.
Adam's Adam. He's just amazing. Was the first one up in the morning with Korchak. He worked with him all day long. He was the last one at night. Korchak always took Adam with him wherever he went. And these days he still is always working, doing something. He'll help anybody do anything. Jadwiga is the executive vice president of the foundation. She also runs the restaurant.
It's one of Dad's greatest things was that education is the one thing that will get us further down the road, no matter who we are or what we're going into. And Crazy Horse has a purpose and it has a reason. And it has a definite influence on people and how they can view the world and how they can view what they think of themselves, and a wonderful culture that we have, that we get to work with the Native American and the Indian people.
Casimir works on the mountain and he's the one who flew the cat off the backside, and everybody loves that story.
To me, it's the only job that I want to do for the rest of my life. He left us a letter that he wrote in 1952, and we never saw it until after he died. And he said in that letter that you don't have to do this, but if, after I'm gone, you take up the task of doing it, don't ever let it go. The forehead, for instance, was blasted too great. And if you can blast too great, you're pretty good at what you do. The vibration level, that's our main concern, never exceeds 3 inches per second. And I think the standard for the world is 8 inches and above. We're 3 inches. It takes dedication, it takes pride.
Monique is here all the time. She's on the Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation board. She's the mountain carving advisor on the mountain. She works with the maintenance and construction crew. She's the liaison for the museum, and she runs the gift shop.
I think it was born in us, the ones that chose to stay. I think, I don't know about the others, but I'm assuming they feel the same way, that I don't belong anyplace else. I like to go on a visit, but I belong here.
Right now, the crew is working on the 360 level, and that's 360 feet from the top of Crazy Horse's head down. And that's below the horse's nose. And that's where we're going to stop carving for now and really concentrate on Crazy Horse's hand on the front and back in the round. Road access is a huge consideration, because right now where Crazy Horse's hand sits in the mountain, you're just 7 feet from finished grade here. That means how much rock you have to take off of. You're 4 feet on the back side of his hand. And so you've got to be able to get your pieces of equipment up there. Dad always said, don't take off any rock that you want to use to stand on later. And so what we'll do is carefully remove this rock, making sure that as we carve down, we can still stand on it and use it for our platforms.
Always at the heart of the memorial is Crazy Horse himself. He is a hero to many people, like Olympic gold medalist Billy Mills.
Crazy Horse is my hero for many, many reasons. I'm a member of the tribe, Oglala Lakota. Crazy Horse is Oglala Lakota. And growing up, we'd hear about Crazy Horse. Just the simple fact when he is asked, "Where are your lands now, Crazy Horse?" And he points and says, "My land is where my people lie buried." I've identified with that. The memorial to me represents actually one of our greatest values, one of the greatest traits we can have as Lakota people, and that's storytelling. It represents the past. I look upon myself as a Native person as a spiritual being living a human experience. And the monument, Crazy Horse, represents the past, it represents the present, and it represents the future. It's, as Korshak has said so many times, storytelling in stone.
My lands are where my dead lie buried. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful?
I'm a storyteller. I'm a storyteller in stone. When standing there asked me to tell the story of that great chief who was killed many years ago, I want to tell the story of the North American Indian. I want to right a little of the wrong that they did to these people. Because this is part of American history. You know, there's an old saying, and I've quoted it 2 or 3 times in my life, and it goes like this: when the legends die, the dreams end. And when the dreams end, there is no more greatness.
Back in 1949, Korchak made the decision that only private money would finance this tribute to the original people of our country. Korchak would often recite Chief Red Cloud's tragic quote when he said, "They made us many promises, but they kept only one. They promised to take our land, and they did." So in 1949, he formed a nonprofit organization with a board of directors as a governing body, which was categorized by the IRS as a nonprofit 501c3 organization. That status allowed contributions to be tax deductible. Since the beginning, only private monies have supported the progress. Entrance fees, contributions, and estate gifts have made what you see here possible. We thank you for coming, and as I said, your being here helps to make this memorial possible.
As you leave the theater, please exit beside the screen at the front of the theater.
Tell you what, I'm gonna kind of like the black clouds.
Dakota Terry. These folks would like to get on, please.
Lightning will cause us to cut our trip short, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna just kind of buzz on up there and we can do a little tour on the way back down.
That's
How's that
fine.
sound?
That's fine. I've been trying to talk my wife into coming out here, and I told her about the dancing with the native cultures, and she was all into that.
Yeah.
Finally got her to agree to it. We were supposed to come next month. 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with cancer.
Oh man.
And she just passed away on Mother's Day.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
We've had to play a little bit with that cancer word too.
Yeah.
My wife had a little bout of breast cancer here a couple years ago. In fact, that's actually what brought us out here, because we were originally hired to work at Mount Rushmore for the summer, and we were living in an RV at the time. And she got diagnosed and went through treatments, and Mount Rushmore was like, "Oh, we'll save your job, no problem, just let us know when you can get here." And we were like a month delayed, and they took and called them up and said, "Well, we'll be out there in a week, ready to come." And they said, "Okay." And 5 minutes later, a little ding on my phone went off. I had an email, and they were emailing. They emailed us after they talked to us on the phone. They emailed us, said, "Oh, we gave your jobs away. Don't bother coming."
Oh.
It's like, well, thank you very much. So then I started looking, and I knew that Crazy Horse had hired some more campers, so I called out here and talked to the HR person, Daniel. He said, "Come on, we got spots for you." And away we came, and we worked 2 summers as seasonal workers, and now we're full-time and living here in Custer, and just bought a house.
Great.
And so far she's been cancer-free.
Fantastic.
So that's the good news.
And my wife had lung cancer.
Oh my. I'll tell you what, that cancer is just awful.
Yeah.
I don't know of hardly any families that haven't been affected by it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that bad.
We thought she had it beat. They removed 1/3 of her right lung. And then it came back on the left side. Then they started aggressive chemo and radiation for that. And thought we had it beat, and it came back again. Then just recently she was diagnosed with brain tumors.
Oh, wow.
She went through 10 treatments of whole brain radiation.
We had my wife's best friend went through that. That was no picnic.
Yeah. She just completed that. She was supposed to start the chemo again. The doctor wanted to wait 2 weeks, give her time to recuperate from the radiation, and 2 days later she was gone. Oh, that van was full.
Yeah, he had a big group. And we'll start to see the hand up here. They've actually got the hand painted on the side of the mountain with the finger extended, and they are working up here now. They just started a couple months ago removing the rock from the end of, and you can see they're right down to where the painted line's at.
Yeah.
That's actually to grade. That's where the hand and finger are going to be carved. So that's their next project, is getting that hand and the finger, the details out on it. So it's kind of exciting to see that, because here for the last, well, since 1998, all they've been doing is blasting away rock to narrow the mountain down so they can carve it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to take some noticeable changes, make some noticeable changes on the mountain in the next 5 years even.
Yeah.
So you're from Illinois?
Yes.
Suburb of Chicago?
Suburb of Chicago.
Okay, I thought so. I'm from Indianapolis.
Okay.
Please announce the bus.
All right.
A little haze in, but sometimes that even kind of helps the look of it.
Yeah. I live in a little town called Villa Park.
Okay.
It's right near O'Hare Airport.
Okay. Well, we lived in just a little town outside Indianapolis called Lebanon. Right on Interstate 65. So if you come down Interstate 65 before you get to kind of the last town before you get to Indianapolis is where we were from.
Okay.
Do it.
Love the fog.
Sometimes it gives him a really neat look. I've been up here on really foggy days and it's almost ghostly. This is a large piece of granite that they blasted off the mountain. You can see the grooves where they've drilled down, and that's where they put the explosive and then blasted off.
Wow.
And that's what's left.
Was disappointed to find out the light show's off for tonight.
Yeah, they had the laser lights are liquid cooled, and the liquid cooling unit broke down. And that's what has to be repaired, and the company's in California.
Oh.
There's only 2 of these in the world. 2 laser light shows in the world.
Okay.
So one of them's Stone Mountain, Georgia, and one of them's us. So it's not like you can call the Maytag repairman out to fix it, you know. Now the best way to do this is to walk down to the end of the arm before we turn around to look at his face.
Okay.
That gives you the best profile, or best, most dynamic view, I guess.
Wow.
I thought this was a storm moving in, but I think it's just fog.
Yeah.
Because I was a little worried about lightning, but I think it's just all just fog.
Now this is the arm that we're walking on.
This is the arm. We're actually 6 foot above where they're actually going to be carving it.
Okay.
So when they're ready to carve it, they'll remove 6 foot down to carve and shape it. And that's what they're removing off the hand and the finger now, is that 6 foot. But if you can see off the end here, you'll see the white paint on the right here.
Yeah.
That's actually Crazy Horse's thumb. That piece of equipment that looks like a scaffolding is actually a measuring boom. That's actually mounted on his finger. So it extends out like so. So you can see how close we are to grade on the thumb. So very close to carving.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready. That's our most famous resident.
Yeah.
When Korchak and the boys couldn't work on the mountain, they actually blasted out rocks down below, and you see that crown-shaped rock in front of us, the dome-shaped one? On the opposite side, he actually blasted in and made his own tomb, and that's where Korchak resides.
Really?
Yeah, he was interred there in 1982 when he passed away. Just outside the tomb, their daughter Anne is buried. She passed away suddenly in 2011 of a sudden heart problem, and then his wife just passed away this last year, and just over a year ago, and she's interred there as well.
Oh, this fog is really rolling in.
It is, isn't it? There's going to be another blast on Tuesday if you're going to be around.
Yeah.
That's the rumor. I have not heard what time yet.
How do I find out?
I'll give you one of our cards. It's got our phone number on it.
Okay. Oh, I'd love to be here for a blast.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm here through Thursday, so maybe longer.
Well, that's the hot rumor, so weather permitting, of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's why a lot of the blasts anymore they'll do in the morning, 11 o'clock-ish, between 11 and noon. Because
Okay.
usually the storms don't start firing up until afternoon.
Right.
With all the van traffic and all that, sometimes they get a little skittish.
Yeah.
And that gives a nice platform, steady platform for the guys to use the torch with or use different drills. And it's all it is a basket with an electric winch and a cable. They hang that from the top. It's got the wheels they can raise up and down. And then up on top they'd have to move it from side to side if they wanted to. And obviously that hadn't been used in a while.
Yeah.
Weeks ago. It can be operated remote control, so somebody doesn't even have to be in the cab to operate it. But then the other newest piece of equipment is this measuring boom here that's mounted out on the end of the hand, and that is very similar to what this is here. And what that is a scaffolding up on top. They have a boom that extends behind the head. It swings out. They lower a weighted line from that boom and use it as a plumb bob. And that's exactly what we're going to do here, just a little newer technology than what we used to use.
Great.
So technology is definitely helping us.
Yes.
And it's definitely speeding things up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't see any goats. But the maintenance building here is where the mountain crew comes to work every morning, and Monday through Friday anyway. And this is where they do all the maintenance on the equipment, and they have a little break room in there. Right after we clear these trees, there's a nice shot of the side of the arm with the finger pointing.
Okay.
That piece of equipment there is a drill they use pretty regularly. Usually when they pull the drills and things out and park them around in areas like this, it means they're going to have another blast. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
They still got some equipment down where they've been doing the blasting, but like I say, the hot rumor is Tuesday. Another group going up.
Yeah, it looked like there was only one in that one.
It could have been. Well, you know, we try to accommodate people. We don't want to make them wait, you know. I mean, it's... Sometimes it just works out. You get a private tour.
Yes.
You know, that's what. Now this little cabin we're coming up on here, when Orchok first arrived, there was a miner that had a mining claim to the backside of the mountain, and that's where he built his house. He's still living there. And by the time Orchok got the deed for all the property, him and the miner become very good friends, and he let him stay. There's some marmots there. See them down there? Well, there's one on the rock right there. Look to your right.
Oh yeah.
Look to your right.
My other right.
He's sunning himself. There's a whole little family there. Oh, there they go in the hole. But once him and Korchak become really good friends, he just let him stay. And that miner actually dug the first water wells for the museum and for the Dakota family. This operation here, once they blast the rock off the mountain, they push it down to the side and they work it this direction. And they actually crush it up and gravel, and that's what we maintain our roads with. The bigger pieces they use for different building projects they're working on, landscaping and things. And then the pickup trucks are loaded with medium-sized ones, and we bring those up to the museum and let folks take them home with them. I'll show you where you can get you a nice souvenir for Crazy Horse.
I saw.
Did you see him?
Yeah. I didn't want to get one because I knew I was going to go up to the top.
Yep.
So.
There's a little creek that runs down through here. Korchak and the boys, they built those roads. That's how they access the mountain. And their son Kaz told us one day, he's our lead foreman on the mountain now, but he said they were coming down the mountain one day. He'd been out. It was summertime, they'd been up there working all day. And Korchak had the boys riding in the back of his pickup truck. They got down here to this low area, and the road was flooded. And beavers had built dams and dammed up that little creek. And you can kind of see where the dams used to be. There's no beavers anymore, but they dammed up that creek and flooded the road. So Korchak stopped the truck and told the boys, you get the tools out, go out there and bust up that dam so we can go home. So when they're doing that, he said, Mom, that pretty big bell up there in the cabin. And she had a big ball-peen hammer and she beat on that bell when she was calling them home. So she was beating on the bell, they were hungry and tired, and they were in a hurry, so they busted up the dam, the road started draining, they threw the tools on the ground, popped up the back of the truck. Next morning they came back down, the road was all flooded again, the beavers had rebuilt the dam, and sticking out of the dam were all the handles from the tools they'd left the night before. And so, Korchak, they said, we knew we were going to get in trouble with Dad, all them handles being ruined on them tools. He said, Korchak just looked at the dam and said, well, if the beavers are going to rebuild their dam with my own tools, they can stay. And Kaz said, well, we didn't get off scot-free. He said we had to dig the ditches along the side here to keep the road from flooding again. He's the one that drove the Caterpillar off the side of the mountain.
Okay.
Same guy. Good profile shot up here. I'll stop and let you take a look at if you want to. I'll kind of show where we're at. Horse's head is just painted on with white house paint, just to kind of show you how it's going to be situated on the mountain. And those stripes are actually approximately 3 foot wide. Now the first time that they ever painted it, Korchak hung off the side of the mountain with a 1-inch rope, had a paint can hooked to his belt, and he's put his wife down about where we're at now, and she called up on a radio to him and told him where to paint at. And he painted the whole memorial on the side of the mountain. It took 184 gallons of paint to do it that very first time. Of course, the stripes weren't 3 foot wide that time. They were probably about 4 inches, maybe a 4-inch brush.
Okay.
I don't know. On the right's our boneyard. A lot of the old equipment's in there. My son Mark hangs around in there a lot, working on the equipment. He's kind of our chief mechanic. He's also the one burying the conduit. He does a lot of things around here. A lot of that stuff still runs. Some of it they just use for parts. Now when Korchak was working on the mountain, any money that came in to him, donated, all went to the mountain just like it does today. And the way he supported his wife and 10 kids was he had a small dairy operation here. If you look over, you can see the barns with the red roof.
Yeah.
That's part of the dairy operation. And they took and the girls would predominantly be the ones milking the cows. And of course that was done twice a day. And then the boys, they also had a small lumber mill here, and they would sell the lumber just to make some cash. And Mrs. Jolkowski had chickens up at the cabin. And she told us oftentimes when times were kind of lean, she would gather up eggs, and she would saddle a horse and ride a horse into the town of Custer and sell fresh eggs. She said it wasn't too bad, except in the wintertime she had trouble with the eggs freezing before she could get into town. So she'd put them down her shirt, and she'd get one of Korchak's big heavy winter coats and put that on and get on that horse and ride to town. Hardy woman, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Now, of the 10 kids, 7 of them stayed here to work through adulthood. Of the other 3 that didn't stay, their oldest son, John, he is just retired from the construction trades, and he has a home that he built just outside of Custer. Their youngest daughter, Marinka, is a very talented artist. She's a painter. She has a home and a studio in Custer where she does her paintings. And then their one son, Joel, he got a calling of a different sort, and he is an ordained pastor, and he has a church in Custer.
Okay.
Now, while they were growing up, it was difficult getting them all to school at different times, so Korchak decided he was going to change all that. He had a one-room schoolhouse moved here on site. That's that white building with the green roof. Yellow sign on the front says Crazy Horse School. He hired a full-time teacher, and that's where the kids went to elementary school.
Okay.
Of course, when they got into the higher grades, they took and went to Custer to high school and things. And of course, they all went to higher education. If you can see the black gates that are up, we call those the Black Hills Nature Gates.
Yeah.
And those gates were built by Korchak in 1982, the same year that he died. So that was one of the last thing he installed here on site. And each one of those drawings was drawn by one of the children. And those are, he traced them out onto the brass and cut them out, welded up those gates. But all those are animals that are native to the Black Hills, or trees and things that are native to the Black Hills from prehistoric time to today. And they, behind those gates, you'll see the 2 double doors. Right inside there is the rock box. Where
Yes.
You get the blast fragment from the mountain.
Yes.
And then on the sidewalk out there, we'll kind of get a little closer look. Like this truck though, maybe. Gets a little congested in the parking lot sometimes. But behind the gates there, you'll see the yellow piece of equipment with the 2 big tanks. That's the old Buddha air compressor.
Okay, I was wondering where that was.
Yeah, so you got to check out Buddha.
Yeah.
He's probably the second most famous face here.
taught by my father never, ever to beg. And I'm not about to start to do that today. He said, anything you earn in this world, he said, you earn it and you work hard for it. And that's what we just did. If you are feeling generous and wish to give something to the dancers, if you give it to me, I make sure that my whole family gets something. But you're being invited at this time to come forward and take pictures with us. And we would like to give you this token of our appreciation. Waji, Nupa, Yamini. Thank you.
Alright guys, this is it. One last look at Crazy Horse. May or may not be back Tuesday for the blast. But I want to let you know that I did get a certificate for going all the way up to the top. It's a lifetime membership for free admission. Anyone in the vehicle is admitted for free. I'll be getting a membership card in the mail along with Christmas cards, Valentine cards, all kinds of holiday cards from the family. Alright, on to Rushmore. We got about 25 minutes according to the GPS, so here we go.
See if he's got it in him.
Yeah, I've been here before. I've only got a lot of them. No, that's not a ring.
It was, critics said, a preposterous idea. An outrage against South Dakota's Black Hills. What arrogant stone carver could possibly improve upon God's mountain sculpture? But as the faces of the great men sprang lifelike from the mountain, Rushmore simply overwhelmed its critics and dazzled the world, just as the Republican ideals it honored had inspired and dazzled mankind in 1776. The project was conceived by a gentle scholar, Don Robinson, in 1923, at a time when the nation was prosperous and cocky. Robinson proposed that several granite spires in the Black Hills be carved into massive human figures. Lewis and Clark, Buffalo Bill Cody, Chief Red Cloud, or other Western heroes. To the sculptor he called upon for help, Gutzon Borglum, this idea seemed as bold and brilliant and as fragile as a rainbow in the western sky. The son of Danish immigrants, Borglum was a man who dreamed big and talked big, a man ideally suited to the times and to the carving of mountains. American art ought to be monumental, he said, in keeping with American life, and Rushmore ought to be colossal, in keeping with American achievements. Borglum found the needles impressive but too weathered for sculpting. Mount Rushmore, however, seemed perfect. Stone with a finer grain and texture, a mountain big enough for Borglum's imagination. Borglum argued that a monument on this scale should represent our entire national experience. His final concept would be a tribute to the founding, preservation, growth, and development of the nation. These events would be symbolized by the images of 4 Americans who never lost sight of the simple idea that man has a right to be free and to be happy. Washington, Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln. Jefferson had articulated the central idea of the American democracy. We hold these truths to be self-evident, he wrote in the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. More than 20 years later, when Jefferson became president, the red-haired Virginian also proved to be a great nation builder. His purchase of the Louisiana Territory in 1803 opened the way to America's westward expansion. George Washington was the father of his country. In the darkest hours of the Revolution, his courage and resolve seemed never to falter. By sheer force of character, he brought the nation victory in its War of Independence. There were some who wanted to crown him emperor, but Washington would have none of it, choosing instead to nurture, in his own words, the sacred fire of liberty. As our first president, Washington set about to make the lofty ideals of the Declaration of Independence work in practice. For his iron rectitude, for his inspired vision of the future of a free people, and for the dignity he brought to the office of the presidency, Washington will be remembered for as long as men dream of freedom. The great emancipator, Abraham Lincoln, guided the destiny of the nation during its greatest trial, the war between the states. Let us have faith, he said, that right makes might, and in that faith, let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand. Lincoln was the prophet of America's permanence and of liberty, tolerance, and social justice for all our people. To political freedom, Theodore Roosevelt extended economic freedom. He was the daring trustbuster, passionate conservationist, and friend of the common man. At a time when the U.S. was emerging as a world power, he led the march toward new frontiers, forging new links between East and West with the Panama Canal. We, here in America, hold in our hands the hopes of the world, he wrote, and shame and disgrace will be ours if in our eyes the light of high resolve is dimmed, if we trail in the dust the golden hopes of men. The mountain was dedicated August 10, 1927. The symbol of the moment was a set of drill bits handed to Borglum by President Calvin Coolidge. With his customary showmanship, the sculptor put them right to work on the face of the mountain. For guidance in his design of studio models of the presidents, Borglum studied photographs, portraits, and life masks, using the sculptor's tools of light and shadow to create likenesses with human character and vitality. % of the monument was carved with dynamite. The surface stone was cracked and soft. Nearly 500,000 tons of rock were removed to reach granite solid enough for sculpting. Suggested the use of dynamite to Borglum on an earlier job. By the time the artist came to Rushmore, he knew how to remove exact amounts of stone with each charge. To enable local hard rock miners to act as assistant sculptors, Borglum employed a measuring system called pointing. A circular plate, marked off in degrees, was mounted on the head of the studio model. One end of a bar was attached to the center of the plate. From the bar, a plumb bob was lowered until it touched the model. Measurements made on the model were multiplied by 12 and transferred to the mountain by the use of similar but larger devices mounted on the sculpture. Marks were made at each point, telling workmen how much stone to remove. Holes were then drilled for dynamite charges. The pointer was the most important worker on the mountain after the sculptor himself. In addition to pointers, the construction crew included powdermen, winchmen, blacksmiths, haul boys, and as many drillers as the budget would allow at a given moment. During most of the construction, the workers hung over the side of the mountain in bows and chairs, a swing seat and harness. With their jackhammers and other equipment, the men were raised and lowered by cables attached to winches. was customary to blow off the morning's work at the noon lunch break, and to blast again at 4 o'clock when the shift ended for the day. The drillers became so skilled they could block out a nose to within a few inches of the finished surface, shape the lips, and grade the contours of the neck, cheeks, and brows. As they approached the final surface of the sculpture, the drillers carefully honeycombed the rock with holes 2 to 3 inches apart. With the granite thus weakened, steel wedges were used to chisel off sections. The remaining pock-like drill marks on the faces were removed with a small air hammer and facing bit, a finishing process called bumping. It left the granite as smooth as a concrete sidewalk. The Washington head was unveiled on the 4th of July, 1930. In 1936, President Franklin D. Roosevelt spoke of the permanent importance of Mount Rushmore at the dedication of the Jefferson head.
10,000 years from now, I think we can meditate and wonder whether our descendants, because I think they'll still be here, what they will think about us. And let us hope that at least they will give us the benefit of the doubt. That they will believe that we are honestly striven in our day and generation to preserve for our descendants a decent land to live in and a decent form of government to operate under.
In 1941, as a final dedication was being planned, Gutzon Borglum died, leaving his son Lincoln to close down the work. When he first arrived in the Black Hills, Borglum was 57. Until his death 17 years later, Rushmore had been the focus of his life, his all but impossible dream. In both its conception and realization, Rushmore is uniquely American, proclaiming bold ideals and big aspirations, celebrating the spirit of our people and the sweep of our civilization, reminding us of the hope a democratic society offers to the future. It is a monument no less to the men who, working together, transformed a lofty dream into a colossal reality, a work of art for the ages. A monument's dimensions shall be determined by the importance to civilization of the events commemorated, Borglum had said when he began. Let us place there, carved high, as close to heaven as we can, our leaders, their faces, to show posterity what manner of men they were. Then breathe a prayer that these records will endure until the wind and rain alone shall wear them away.
For a nap.
Oh, it's for an extra day off. And we'll come back. It's just 7 hours.
Took me down a hill, a wet hill. My knee has
¿Quién controla? Él puede controlar. Pero en los cómics, Tite, hermano, es que controla. Hay uno que se llama
No, let's do it at the top.
I find it very interesting.
Hey guys, thanks for your service to the country.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
这个剧行不行啊？好像是这个剧吧，那不行。
Stop. Stand still. You gotta wait on Daddy and Megan. Quick.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Thank you.
Oh, this is a big one.
United States.
The sun's right.
Let's check the map.
Look at the map. Okay. I thought that was a walkway down like it is.
If you have any questions, I'll be here for a while. If you'd like to come and fetch the tools, you are more than welcome to. But just thank you. Do you want to touch me?
This way.
You'll get warm climate here. This where it goes. Air compressor. Yeah, so I heard. Yeah. They have Could I sit up? Are you okay?
Yep, thank you. Alright, a little side note, if you guys saw the movie National Treasure 2, Book of Secrets, this part of the trail, the President's Trail, was in the movie.
So there will be 3 nights and 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, break time. As you can tell, I'm breathing hard.
Where did the rocks go?
You think you just
Do you think they were like those big ones?
I'm going to take pictures of it. Okay, when we get down here.
Not his one, no.
Alright, let's continue. Karen, you might want to have second thoughts about making this trip on this trail. Of course, I'll be seeing Dr. Tim as soon as I get back.
That's right, I always think it's this one.
我刚才一直跑上来。
All right, smile.
I got that one. Okay, will you boys get over there? Sure.
Okay, guys, I'm standing just below Mount Rushmore. The four presidents. If you look just above George Washington's left eye, which should be on the right side of your screen, you'll notice a drill bit broken off.
Wait, I can't even.
Normal. Gas together. Blake, it's hard to take a picture.
Okay, I can't even get around.
Blake.
Wait, I
Ready?
can't get a picture.
All right, let's see. All right, we continue. Oh, good, we're at the end.
All right, let's roll.
Here, enjoy, breathe, relax.
Mommy, what you doing? Oh my God, Jay! There's a bottle of water down there. There's a bottle. Going up is the hard part. This is the end of it?
Yeah, is there going to be a good picture spot there?
No.
All right, guys, heading back down, but I'm not going to record the trip down because I don't want to trip down.
Through the years,
All Alright guys, unfortunately the light show at Mount Rushmore starts in 1 hour, and it's raining, and it's coming down pretty good. So I'm not going to sit out in the rain, get sick. So I'll have to come back at some point within the next week to catch this light show. But I hope you enjoy this video that we had today. And stay tuned for the next adventure of Dashcam Adventures. Alright guys, that's it for today's Dashcam Adventures. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Alright, good morning guys, and it's another day of dash cam adventures. Let's see what the day holds in store. First things first, breakfast. Off we go. Alright guys, we're going to try this one more time for the train. Stand by.
Do sit with whomever you came with so everybody else can do the same. You have your seats facing, make sure there's 4 people in those seats. Now my name is Colleen, I'm your host, along with Jim in the box. You'll see what I mean about that. Today your engineer is Scott, his fireman is Caesar, our conductor is Joe, and the brakeman is Thomas. Also on board the train we have a couple concession sellers. We have Madison and Nadia. They'll come through once we get to the top of the hill and see if they can offer you any refreshments. Now the seats should all be facing the right way. The engine's in the front. So that's the way they should be. That is the direction we do have to go. The rail ends behind us right at the highway. Our 10-mile spur was put in to go to Keystone for one reason only. And no, it wasn't for us, it was for mining purposes. To get the ore from many mines between Hill City and Keystone, bring it back here to Hill City and ship it out on the main line. Main line went from Hill City south to Edgemont, Hill City north to Deadwood. The line between Deadwood and Edgemont, as well as our 10-mile spur, they were abandoned by Burlington Northern back in the late 1980s. They've taken up the rail between Deadwood and Edgemont and turned it into a nice hiking, biking trail. It's called the Mickelson Trail. It's named after our late governor, George Mickelson. Really quite nice because you're right on the rail bed. But it does leave us here kind of orphaned. You can go to Keystone and back, and Keystone and back. And that's what we do. We're the only train on the track. We don't have to worry about anybody else.
Yes, we are. You got a whole lot. We're so fast.
Standard gauge means the measurement between the rail. If you're sitting on the right-hand side, you can see those rails. That measurement in between is 4 foot 8.5. That's what we're traveling on. That's standard gauge measurement. Also on board the train today, we have Cheryl. Cheryl's have captured memories. Now Cheryl is aboard this train to offer you a very unique souvenir. What Cheryl does is take a photo of you, superimposes that image right in front of the 1880 train and also in front of Mount Rushmore. And it can be one person, two person, your whole family. You can ask her. What a great way to remember your vacation here in the Black Hills and the ride on the 1880 train, then with that captured memory from Cheryl. Now it's Mount Rushmore and the locomotive that we're using today, big engine number 110. She does have a sample of what I'm talking about, so you can actually see what I'm talking about. Look at the sample. Cheryl started at the back of the train, worked her way to the front. Cheryl from Captured Memories. Now that's a brake test. Make sure our brakes are working properly. We are using number 110. 110 is a 1928 Baldwin locomotive. It's an oil-fired, articulated, compound Mallet. Its wheel arrangement is 2-6-6-2, 2 small pony wheels, 6 drivers, 2 small pony wheels. Now it's articulated to go around mountain curves. It's a split saddle tank. Back in 1928, the oil that they used was recycled. No, you used recycled. It was bunker oil like a ship. Not many ships right here, so we use recycled motor oil. They were filling it up with water. That's in the split saddle tanks. We use about 2,000 gallons of water on a 20-mile round trip. How much oil? 200 gallons. Now up in the engine, our engineer, Scott, he's in charge of speed and direction of our train. The fireman's job is to keep the fire going, so the pressure gauge will be up to about 200 pounds of boiler pressure, so the engineer does have throttle and brakes. The engine itself weighs about 222,000 pounds, and it's very capable of pulling the 7 cars we have on the train today. That's the big engine we're using. As we go out of the train yard, I'll talk about that in a minute. We have safety announcements for our train ride. There's absolutely no smoking of any kind allowed on our choo-choo. None of that newfangled EV or whatever it is. There's no smoking allowed on the choo-choo. Except for the engine, and it does smoke, and it will. Windows, it's up to you. Now, the names of your cars are by the doorways. If you are in Everett, Gillette, Orville, or Keystone, there's a pinchy thing on the right. You can pinch it together, pull it up with a handle in the middle. Give it a shake, make sure it's in a groove. Give it a good shake, otherwise they come down pretty quick. If you're in Bluebird, they just unlock and open like a house window. The other cars, no windows, so you don't have to worry about that. Clear view, and they don't come down. Speaking of windows though, please do not hang out the windows or over the railings. We come rather close to trees and rocks. We don't want you to get hurt. And if you happen to drop something, anything, camera, caps, coats, kids, glasses, cell phones, dentures, iPods, little raccoon hats, we don't stop and pick anything up. So do keep yourself and your stuff inside the train, please. Most importantly, once we get moving on our train ride, you are not. It is dangerous. We ask that you just don't. That means there is no standing, no going seat to seat, no standing in the aisle, anything. I like you to pretend like you are super glued stuck right in your seat. And that glue becomes active once we move. So there's no moving. If you need help with anything, you can ask the conductor, the brakeman, or concession sellers. They'll be happy to help you out. Now, little ones will have to be sitting on their own bottoms of the seat or on your laps. If they're in the aisle and we stop settling for who knows what, they're the first thing to fly. So we don't want anyone getting hurt. That wouldn't be any fun on the choo-choo. Now, you might have room to put your feet up on a seat ahead of you. Nobody's in that seat. You just push the back and it moves. Except Harney Candy, you got to pick it up and flip it around. And you can put your feet up. If it's a wooden seat, just put them up. If it's a poster, though, we ask that you slip your shoes off or slip something under them. No shoes on the poster seats, please. Trying to keep them nice for future passengers. That's a safety announcement. That's all I can think of. It's a pretty morning for a train ride. It looks like the sun might be coming out. I don't want to talk about it too much. It might hide again. We should see animals. We should see deer, turkeys, woodchucks, geese, ducks. They all have their little ones, so if you see a big one, watch for the babies. You never know where you're going to see anything. They're wild animals, so if you see something, point it out to the folks right around you so they can see it also. I'm talking from the middle train car, so I don't normally point out animals because half of you will miss them anyway. As soon as everybody gets seated, we're going to be on our way. What happens is the conductor says all aboard, he signals the engineer, and we go. Everybody's ready? New folks aboard, welcome aboard. The short, quick safety announcements. No moving, no smoking, and no hanging out the window. It's the only nose I know. All aboard from the conductor. If you want to know who's in charge, it's the conductor. Now people are going to wave at us as we go along. Do wave back at them. We're very friendly choo-choo here. But as I was saying before, as we leave station on the right-hand side, you can see the roundhouse. Yep, it's a square brown building on the right. It's where we do maintenance and repair on engines and cars. You see diesel number 63 out there, it's a 1956 GT9. And on the left, as you go out of the train yard, you'll see engine number 7. It's a 1919 Malden locomotive. It's originally coal-fired, converted to oil, so we can use it on this line. All 3 of our steam engines are oil-fired. Coal and wood, outlawed in the Black Hills. Clear back in the 1930s, starts fires. So we're using steam, we're burning oil. Okay. They'll be coming through shortly here, gather enough tickets.
Once again, welcome on board 1883. As the train pulls out of the station, look around at the granite peaks, big ponderosa pine forests that surround here. Although the Black Hills were supposed to be the protected territory of the Dakota and Cheyenne Indians off limits to white settlers, an Army expedition led by George Custer turned up gold a few miles south of here in 1874. Within months, there were thousands of faceless miners, This is the best attraction to spend time with family and friends while enjoying the Black Hills, just like the early pioneers, miners, and settlers did when they discovered the West.
Now that's road crossing number 1. We cross the road 20 times one way without whistle. 2 longs, a short, and a long. Forward. So 19 more to go.
Our journey. Black and white markers are milepost signs, and the red and black markers indicate a point of interest. Be on the lookout for these signs as we travel over Keystone. The 1880 train goes north, then turns east up Windmill Hill, so named because it uses wind processing facility was erected here by the Hardy Heat Company. The rate of the track deviates from 4 to 6%, making this one of the steepest railroads in the United States. This puts considerable strain on the locomotive, and the engineer usually takes this opportunity to blow sand through this locomotive oil tube to cleanse the soot from it.
Actually, firemen, when they get to clean those flues, this white sand right in the firebox. The sand runs around through the flues and comes up with stacked black. This happens right after the next road crossing. Folks that have their window open or don't have a window, and if you're feeling lucky today, yep, you might get a few grains of that black sand to land on you. Yes, you may keep it. It is free. We don't charge for it. Not hot. It doesn't hurt you. It's just black souvenir sand. Brushes off. Over here on the left, Spring Creek. It's kind of in its banks now. As you go along the park, you're going to notice that where it covered the whole entire park over here on the left. The ball fields, the volleyball nets, clear up the playground equipment. It was clear across. So we were calling it our water park.
National Forest. The entire mountain range spans about 120 miles from the southern tip to the north and about 60 miles east to west. Hill City is almost at the exact center. Founded as a mining camp in 1875, Hill City was one of the first settlements in the Black Hills. It boomed in the 1880s as the headquarters for a massive tin mining and manufacturing company, and later as a junction point for the railroad to Deadwood. During and after World War II, lithium was mined south of town and was used in nuclear power plants across the country. The lumber industry still thrives here, and thanks to the completion of Mount Rushmore in 1941, so does tourism. Mount Rushmore, which lies only 9 miles southeast, attracts 3 million visitors annually. Many of them pass through Hill City. In fact, many of the town's 780 residents are employed in a tourism-related business. Nowhere is this more apparent than on Main Street, where you will find a number of restaurants, hotels, small retailers, and a thriving art gallery district. If you haven't already walked this charming small-town shopping area, be sure to visit when you return.
Now Jim the Box has just gone up with the times. We have about 950 people in Hill City. Not 7, whatever he said. No. Grown. This is a 4 to 6% grade. Very steep for standard gauge rail. And we're not even near halfway up yet. Keep those positive thoughts. Oh, it did rain last night, so the rail is probably wet. Yes, our Ponderosa pine trees are doing something they do every year at this time. They are pollinating. So when you have pollen and wet, what do you get? Slime. Makes it kind of slippery. Our concession sellers will come through once we get to the top of the hill. They will be coming. Now keep a lookout for the wildlife. We see them sometimes on the upside and the downside. Sometimes they're right close to the track, especially the deer. Like I said, they do have no little ones. The engine is just flown over his driveway, and as he is, we're just about halfway up the hill. This is the steepest part. We've gone up in elevation 200 feet from Hill City Station. Level out and start down to Keystone. Go down in elevation, about 800 feet. This is National Forest. water. That yellowy junk, yeah, that's the pollen. The tall purple flowers on either side of the track are called Dame's Rocket, D-A-M-E-S Rocket. They're nicknamed prairie lilac. They smell like a lilac. And you usually find them around the prairie homesteads. They're actually a wild flock. Very fragrant, very pretty. Pretty quick on the right hand side, there's a pretty yellow house. There's a very tall fence all the way around their yard. What are those guys keeping out? You probably guessed it. They have a lot of flowers, a huge garden. They got tired of doing the little chicken wire thing around everything, so they just fence the whole yard to keep the deer out. It works really well for them as long as they remember to shut that big gate. On the right-hand side of the train, you see the tall poles standing straight up, crookedy wires hanging down. The telegraph line put in for communication between Hill City and Keystone. Some of them still do have the glass insulators at the top. Was put in for mining purposes to go through to mining communities. We'll be coming into one here shortly. Back to the telegraph line, their communication would have been Morse code. Well, we get to use Morse code every time we cross the road for the letter Q. Too long, short, and long. This does go back to British nautical days when the Queen was on board ship. They would sound that whistle in the harbor, so she would have the right of way. Trains adopted it, so we have the right of way. Letter Q in Morse code. You might notice how there's some piles of brush, like branches and stuff that kind of stick out. You probably noticed that if you're driving over the hill. The brush is piled that way to let it dry out, and in the winter wind, it doesn't have enough brush pile to burn. Now where it's chucked up in length of a foot, so when it looks like firewood, it is firewood. Folks have just put it up there, so that's the private land. And then where you see it just laying down, a lot of these trees are dead, and they're dead because of a nasty little beetle called the mountain pine beetle. You see him down? Probably because of that mountain pine beetle. And if you notice, standing trees are ready. So our trees have been having a bit of an issue. These whitebark trees we see are virginal trees. Now this is private land we're going through, so they've been trying to clean up their forest floor. A lot of trees down, a lot of work. But over to the right, they started to chip some of them and made this huge wood chip pile, a lot of mulch. On the left of the draw, there's a log building and a board building. One has a roof, one does not. Part of this mining community. And coming up on the right, you're going to see a two-story gray house. The miners used it as a school, store, bar, hospital. They need to use it for the time. And this little mining community is called Finneganville.
shed for about a half mile. The Addy Mine main shaft dove 800 feet below the Earth's surface. Very little tin was actually found at this mine. Addy Camp was located at the mouth of Palmer Gulch, Huron, Italy. A number of small placer mining operations existed here in 1875, and the ruins of some larger industrial mines dating to the 1930s are found on the Northwest Ridge, which is off to your left. Mining production records show that in 75 years between 1876 and 1951, $666 million worth of valuables were taken out of the Black Hills. Most value was in gold, minerals and silver. Others were gypsum, limestone, lime, tungsten, pyrite, arsenic, lead, zinc, and copper.
Now you do see the homes along the way. You can see some people who own their land here in the Black Hills. Private land came about mostly because of the miners. The miners came in and staked their claim, and they had private land. Bigger parcels of land because of the homestead act. So in the Black Hills, it averages out to about 10% of the land is privately owned and 90% is not. And yes, there's a lot of private along our route because it was put in for mining purposes, and these would have been mining claims. Coming up on the left, you see a two-story, you see a wooden building. It's over there to the left. We got one lone pine tree, concrete footings coming out this way towards the track. That's the site of the Good Luck tungsten mine. Tungsten is mined to harden steel. That mine was used during World War I and World War II. We'll be coming into Palmer Gulch. We'll see if Harney Peak out of the cloud. It'll be to our right. Still in the clouds. Well, maybe I'll come right back. Can only hope. accommodate that equipment, because we're on more would aid to have navigation, they can put a third rail between the two traveling on that ride, but of course, they took living in the back for about 5 years. Then they got standard gauge equipment, and they can ride right on into Keystone. Living's about halfway. We'll get up there and level out. It's definitely downhill now the rest of the way through Keystone. The next place we get to here is Brick Mills. Brick Mills is the curator of the South Dakota State Railroad Museum, located in our train yard in Hill City. Rick's the author of many railroad books about South Dakota and the Black Hills, and Rick always likes to talk to us about the train.
What is it that fascinates us about trains? Hi, this is Rick Mills, and I share that interest in railroads with many of you. Did you grow up watching trains roll by like I did? Did you wonder where the people were traveling to on those passenger trains? I'm sure that you counted the cars on one freight train as it rolled by, and wondered what was being hauled in the various cars. The railroads are a shared experience for us as Americans. Here in the Black Hills region, the railroads were the major catalyst for settlement, business, growth, and tourism over the past 125 years. The railroads brought my great-great-grandfather and his family homestead east of here along Lower Battle Creek near Hermosa over a century ago. Many of our families share a similar story of homesteading in the West and riding on the rails. The trains hauled us to our new homes, many tons of gold ore to the mill, goods from the catalog houses of the East, thousands of head of cattle to market, and even the dynamite over the very rails to Keystone to help fire Mount Rushmore. If you would like to learn more about the history of the railroads in the Black Hills, please ask your train host or hostess about the 1880 train guidebook, your complete reference to your trip on the 1880 train. After your ride on the train, visit the gift shops at either the Hill City or Keystone depots for more history books and gifts related to our common American experience, the railroad. The romance of the rails and its sense of adventure and nostalgia still attracts folks like yourself to the Black Hills. These days, it is to explore the Black Hills on this grand old train, the famous 1880 train.
Now over to the right in the distance, you should be able to see Elkhorn Mountain. It's 6,200 foot, 1,000 foot shorter than Harney Peak and not in the clouds. We're coming into the pleasant open meadow. Now Rick Mills just spoke about a great little book that we do have on the train here for sale. It's called All Aboard the 1880 Train Guidebook. It's 36 pages of information all about this train, the cars, the engines, the history of the Black Hills Central Railroad. There's a map on the back inside cover that follows our rail trail. Pages preceding the map talk about everything I and Jim in the box talk about, plus the pictures. It's an excellent little book. It is just $5. Joe, our conductor, will starting in front of the train, work his way to the back. If you'd like to have this book, just stop Joe. He'll be happy to sell you one. All aboard the 1880 train guidebook. We're coming into the pleasant open meadow. Your book, you will notice who's right there on the front cover. It's Conductor Joe. So once you get your book from him, if you'd like to have him autograph it for you, ask him nicely and he'll be happy to do that. We're in the pleasant open meadow. It's nicknamed Leaky Leaky Valley. Many natural springs in this meadow all come together at the end of it and they form Battle Creek, which we go over and beside on our way down to Keystone. Here up on the rocks, you normally do see woodchucks, reddish brown animal low to the ground, the dark face scurrying about. Watch for them. And now Jim of the Box is going to tell us about our rolling stump.
An assortment of many rolling stock from numerous railroads Locomotive Works to the Ozan-Graysonian Lumber Company in 1919. The locomotive was sold to and operated by the Cato and Choctaw Railroad several years later. The 7 was then sold to the Prescott and Northwestern in northern Arkansas in 1938 and was acquired by the Black Hills Central Railroad in 1962. Engine number 7 holds 1,000 gallons of recycled oil and a whopping 4,000 gallons of water. Next is engine 104, a 262T tank engine that was built by Baldwin Locomotive Works in 1926 for the Silver Falls Timber Company in Oregon and the Peninsula Terminal Railroads in Portland, Oregon. Black Hills Central Railroad acquired 104 and its twin 103 in 1965. The 104 has been in continuous service over the years. 103 is currently in storage awaiting restoration. Engine 104 holds 1,600 gallons of water and can carry 750 gallons of recycled oil. The last engine on the roster is number 110. It's a 2662T compound articulated Mallet, built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works in 1928 for the Weyerhaeuser Lumber Company of Vail, Washington. Its next stop was the Rayonier Lumber Company, where it received a tender from Rayonier 101, and then the engine was retired in 1968. The engine was later displayed at the Wasatch Mountain Railway in Heber City, Utah, and then sold to Nevada State Railway Museum. The number 110 was sold to Black Hills Central Railroad in 1999. Was trucked from Nevada to South Dakota on 4 semi-trailers. Restoration of the engine by the mechanical crew of BHC was completed in the spring of 2001.
And that's the big engine that's pulling us right now, engine number 110. We also have the Diesel 63 and 1956 GP9. We got this engine back in 2006 in Orrville, Minnesota. And we're at the end of the meadow. Go along here over on the left-hand side, the tall granite cliff. Well, granite is that rock. Tall rock cliffs over there on the left. And this granite is actually named Harney. All the tall peaks in the center of Black Hill, this type of rock. Harney granite, so that would be Harney Peak. Elmore Mountain, Mount Rushmore, Crazy Horse, the Needles, all the same type of rock. Harney granite.
Autograph, please.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. See you in the book? Yeah, we get
Now this road that we do cross most of the time, well, it's County Road 323. The green sign marker does say Old Hill City Road. It goes right out of Hill City, into Keystone, at the stoplight, by the depot, just where we're going. County Road 323. If you're leaving from Hill City, it's right at the Holiday Inn Express. As you go on down the canyon, got 3 over here on the right. Over to the right, you can see Old Baldy Mountain, 5,500 foot. All in the mountain over there on the right. But if you're sitting on the left-hand side, look out your window. Look out to the left, and what are you going to get? Rocks. Little rocks, big rocks, really tall rocks, though. You can look up and see the trees and shrubs growing right out of that rock. If you're sitting on the left, you look up ahead, you see our engine right there. Ahead of the engine is a trestle. Trestle is a train bridge. We go to quite a few. You can kind of see that one. But as we go over the trestle, to the left, high on top of the rock hill, there's a tall wooden cross. The wooden cross is put up by the church camp, which will be at our right of the next road crossing. Going down the canyon. What was that? Well, that's called a blowdown. They're blowing down the boiler. That means the boiler had a bunch of gunk at the bottom of it, and in order to get it out, you have to blow it down, blow it out. It's called a blowdown. And it's not hot once it comes out of there. Once it's out about a foot, it cools right off. So I think the foliage likes it pretty well. On the left-hand side, as we go along, you should be able to see the Battle Creek waterfall. I know it's not big compared to some people's waterfalls, but for us, it's pretty good size. Sometimes in August, we end up calling it the Battle Creek Water Drip. So, it's good.
Can't see it.
Get to go over another trestle. This is a little taller than the last one. Not extreme, but a little bit taller. If you're sitting on the right-hand side, you'll be able to see Pine Creek. It joins Battle Creek right under our trestle. And finally, the water is going under the bridge, not over it, for these folks on the left. You can see that bridge. Now into here you can see the trees right up close. I talked about the long needle pine tree, the ponderosa pine. This short needle evergreen that you do see, it's a black-billed spruce. It's our state tree. It has short, sharp, square spruce needles. On the tips of the branches is a lighter shade of green. That's the new growth for this season. The white bark trees, birch and aspen. Aspen trees have the white, tight bark. Look like they're standing alone above ground. Birch trees have the white peeling bark and a bunch at the base. There's elm, ash, cottonwood, all kinds of willows in the creek, so I just call them all creek willows. The oak tree that you see is a fir oak native to the area. Now there's some of blossoms just kind of hanging down. Those are choke cherry. The sarvisberry, they're already making their berries. It's a wild blueberry. We also have wild plum, pin cherry. In season, we have currant bushes, gooseberry bushes, raspberries, strawberries on the ground. Now that mine is up on the hill to the left. Now we can't see it from down here. The trees are too tall. There are a lot of mines between Hill City and Keystone. We just can't see them from the rail. Right, high on top of that hill, you should be able to see the white sparkly rock up there. That rock is quartz, feldspar, and mica. At the edge of a mine, you can kind of see from the rail called the sand patch mine. It's up there on the right. There are a lot of mines between Hill City and Keystone, we just can't see them from the rail.
Million metric tons of water fall into the Black Hills within a matter of hours. The 1972 flood washed away hundreds of homes and businesses built along area creeks, making it one of the most expensive and deadly floods in American history. The waters washed away the tracks from this point on into Keystone proper. Off to your right, in the shadow of 5,500-foot-high Old Baldy Mountain, is the community of Lafferty Gulch. It was once a company town for the workers in a big feldspar quarry. It is now a group of summer homes.
Now we're going to Keystone Junction. You'll notice the sign track over on the right-hand side, if that's the side you're sitting on. This is as far as Burlington Northern rebuilt the track after the flood of 1972, so we can only go this far until 2001. 2001, Black Hills Central Railroad put in do get to go through a big cut in the rock up here. This original to the rail did not get washed out in that flood. Very, very steep on both sides. Now, rail did start out in Hill City in 1889. Back to Keystone, January 20th, 1900. That long. Of course, back then they did not have the modern equipment that we have nowadays. It's all mules, wagons, Fresnos, shovels, a lot of manpower. And dynamite, of course. They moved an awful lot of rock. Bulk saps about tunnel. This rock is the right kind of rock. Tunnel is right here. So we just blasted it on through. Up at the other end. So what is now the front of the train is going to become the back. The back is going to become the front, and the middle is right here in the middle. We don't move train cars, so nobody has to ride backwards. There's a handle on the back of your seat on the aisle side on the back top. That brass handle, the hook, and the seat backwards the other way. Nobody has to be backwards unless you want to be. We're here at the station for 15 minutes. So if you'd like to get off the train, you may. If you don't want to, you don't have to. If you'd like to, you may. We are going to board more passengers. The only way you can save a seat on this train, if you have that special spot you want to sit in, is to leave a person behind in the seat. To become a seat-saving person, do not leave your belongings lying there because they may not be there when you get back. So if you have that special spot, leave a person behind to save those seats. We're here just 15 minutes. Long enough for the engine to do all that. Board more passengers. If anybody only gets to go one way with us this morning, thank you so much for riding our train. This morning, hope you had a great time. Enjoyed yourself. Have fun on the rest of your visit here in the hills. Now, getting off the train here in Keystone is a whole lot different than getting on in Hill City. We can only get off from the front two cars on the right-hand side. There are aluminum ramps that flip out onto a concrete platform for the front two cars. That would be the black car and the liver car. The other 5 cars, you got to walk down to the center aisle till you get to a ramp on the right-hand side. Chains are all up for a reason. Don't cross the chain anywhere, leave them alone. Be careful walking between the cars. So if you're not getting off the train, kind of hang tight in your seat till the aisle clears. It's a one-way track. You will have plenty of time to change sides, change seats, whatever, once the aisle clears. But 5 cars have to get off the train. And we are going to board a lot more passengers. We're going to fill up this train. So if you are kind of spread out, we do ask that everybody do sit 2 to a seat on the way back. Whoever you came with, because that's how those ticket people like to sell those tickets. 2 to a seat. Now the ramps, the flippers that flip out onto the concrete platform, they have lips on either side of them, about 2 inches high. I call them flipper lips. You don't want to be tripping on a flipper lip, so walk straight off, no cutting corners. Be careful. Stay seated. I'll let you know when it's okay to get up. Remember, if you're not getting up, hang tight in your seat until there's the whistle. We've landed right here in Keystone. You have 4 people. This is the middle train car. It's the 3 ahead. Oh, our engine's coming. Sitting on the right-hand side. So please have a seat because we're ready to go. Okay. Everybody is sitting down. Ready? The little ones. Yep. Okay. Ready. Two handbrakes have been holding our train cars here when been stopped. Uncoupled from our engine. So once we start moving, I do like you to pretend like you're super glued stuck in your seat. If you need help with anything, you can ask Thomas, Joe, or our concession sellers, Nadia and Madison. They have red caps on, railroad bibs, easy to spot. So if you need help with anything, ask them. Here we go. They're going to come through and gather tickets.
I was worried about the garbage can will fall down. Oh yeah, I saw
As the train pulls out of the station, look around at the granite peaks and thick ponderosa forests that surround you. Although the Black Hills were supposed to be the protected territory of the Dakota and Cheyenne Indians, off limits to white settlers, an armed Custer turned up gold a few miles south of here in 1874. Within months, there were thousands of miners, muleskins, mappers, gunslingers, and gamblers swarming across the landscape, eager to get their hands on some of the shiny yellow metal. The community of Keystone, like many towns in the Black Hills, was originally founded to serve these ambitious prospectors. Keystone lies very near the geographical center of the Black Hills. The Black Hills regions cover over 2 million acres, an area roughly the size of Delaware. Half of that is the Black Hills National Forest, the first national forest in the United States. The entire mountain range spans about 120 miles, from the southern tip to the north and about 60 miles east to west. Gold mining camps dotted the sides of this gulch as early as 1875, although Keystone wasn't founded until the turn of the century. Today, Keystone is filled with hotels, restaurants, museums, and gift shops that entice travelers on their way to Mount Rushmore National Memorial, located just a few miles away. As we leave Keystone and enter the Black Hills National Forest, note the markers that line the tracks along our journey. The black and white markers are milepost signs, and red and black markers indicate a point of interest.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
They are gathering up tickets. Once the tickets have been gathered, our concession sellers, Nadia and Madison, will come through. If they can offer you any snacks, they can tell you what they have, how much it is. Now we do go uphill from Keystone to the top of Mill Hill. We go up an elevation of about 800 feet. My microphone keeps going in and out. But we did see wildlife on our ride down from Rose City. We saw deer. I'm not sure if anybody saw any little ones, but they are having their babies. Didn't see any turkeys, but somebody might have. Woodchuck, geese, ducks, they're all having their little ones. So if you see them, they don't watch the babies. And if you do get to see something, anything, point it out to the folks right around you so they can see it also. These are wild animals. We never know exactly where they're going to be. They're wild. I'm talking from the middle train car because I don't normally point them out. Half of you would miss them anyway. And I did chatter a lot on the way down. It's easier to hear because the engine's not working quite so hard uphill. So folks who just got on, welcome aboard. We'll have more of a narration on the way back to Keystone, but I'll point out a few things as we go along. You guys sit back, enjoy the ride. Like I said, if you need help with anything, don't hesitate to ask. We're definitely happy to help you.
Caused by more than 1 million metric tons of water falling on the Black Hills, the 1972 homes and businesses built along area streets, and death floods in American history. Water washed away all the tracks at this point back into Keystone proper. Off to your left, in the shadow of 5,500-foot-high old Baldy Mountain, is the community of Lackley Beach. It was once a company town for the workers in a big coal spot, Florida. It's now a group of summer homes.
These last two verses you just heard, the 1, 2, and the 2 little ones, that was a running brake test. Brakes are good to go. Can't do that until we're moving. We're moving. Now folks who just got on Keystone, until 2001, you would have driven right up here where we are right now. This is Keystone Junction. After the flood of 1972, this is as far as the track went, because this is as far as Burlington Northern rebuilt it after that flood. What was here back then? Well, there was an old wood building and a couple potty boxes. That's it. I do think the new diesel building is a little bit nicer.
Welcome.
the way that fish and little ones. This cracker whale is about as close as we're going to get to Mount Rushmore on our first ride. Because Mount Rushmore is about 1 mile to the left of us, over the hills, through the trees. If we could see it even over the hills and through the trees, what would we see? The back of Mount Rushmore, facing away from us. Oh no, the back of it does not look anything like the postcards and t-shirts.
Boy, is that water high.
Oh, jeez, yeah. During this time, our firemen gets to clean the flues of the engine. No, because I'm not a discharger. What do you know? see a couple of big black clouds of smoke and sand come out of that sky, which you're seeing on the right-hand side. And we do that. On the right-hand side, you see the active waterfall.
really beautiful.
passenger coach in 1915. It was modified as an observation coach for the Rockford Central in 1998. Coach 140, Mystic, was also rebuilt as an observation car in 1999. Car 91, Rockford, started out as a Chicago Burlington and Quincy car to carry ice and water for track crews. It now provides a comfortable ride for 52 passengers. Coach number 10800, Hillview, was one of the most interesting cars used by the Chicago and Northwestern Railway. It was called a Grover's Way car. Bankers and stock owners for the company their cattle were in business to market.
Down here in the Harness Canyon car, you were caboose, and when they went to restore you, turning it into that nice open air car with those unique wooden seats. Bluebird wore a flat car that put a roof on you. Modified interior, big windows, cushy seats, turned into that nice passenger car. We're just about at the end of the meadow. We have a curve to the right. Cross the road again. Curves to the left. And we're going to go up a 4% grade on our way to oblivion. Then they got standard gauge equipment, which is what we're traveling in. And the ride went right on into Keystone. They did call ore out of Keystone, so the tracks were in. right-hand side, you see the white farmhouse. Across the road from it, there's a Ford building. Concrete footings coming out this way towards the track. That's the site of the Good Luck Tungsten Mine. Now, normally to the left, as your train car crosses the road, we see Harney Peak. Let's see if the fog's lifted. I don't think so, but we'll see.
The view to your left is dominated by Harney Peak, a large mountain with a stone fire lookout on top. 7,242 feet, Harney Peak is the highest point in the Black Hills and the tallest mountain in North America east of the Rockies. The whole Black Hills are only 130 miles away from the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains. They are a completely separate formation. The 2 billion-year-old rocks you see around you are much older than the 20-million-year-old slopes of the Rocky Mountains.
Now keep watching, because as your train car crosses the road, usually, top of it is still in the fog.
Flourished during both world wars. Tungsten was used to harden steel. Addie's camp was located at the mouth of the Gulf, which are now leaving. A number of small placer mining operations existed here in 1875, and the ruins of some larger industrial mines dating to the 1930s are found on the northwest ridge, which is to your right.
By them, to the right of it, see that doorway going in the hillside? That's the root cellar where they kept their food. That's the guy. Up there where the guy's mowing the grass on the nice new house is for sale. On either side of it, it looks like a road. That's the railroad spur that went to the Addy mine. They would have had rail on that. You can't see the mine, half a mile up the drop, or building closer to the railway on the right to the miners. And it gets louder because it's starting uphill again. On the right-hand side of the train, you see the small poles and the straight up crookedy wires hanging down. Telegraph lines put in for communication between Hill City and Keystone. You'll notice some of them still have glass blades on the top. Car, the Keystone car, you walk to the back. If you're an Everett to left, you walk to the front of the car.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that little train ride. It was very chilly on there. But let's head off and see where we're going to end up next. Good morning. It is Tuesday, June 15th. It's approximately 6:15 a.m. in the morning, South Dakota time. And keep your fingers crossed that we have good weather today, because I've got the day totally filled with things I want to do. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. We're off.
Part of it.
Look any different?
I'll do an aftershot.
Do it again same time next year. It'll take forever for that thing to get done.
Alright guys, I hope you all had a blast here at Crazy Horse. Now, weather permitting, we're going to head on to Devil's Tower. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Yabba dabba doo! Alright guys, as you see, we didn't make it to Devil's Tower. We're in Bedrock. Stand by.
Hi, this is Tim the Parrot. Come on in and see Bedrock City. Go right on out through that door. Bye, see you later.
Well, young man, it seems like the hammer did the trick. Yeah, and thanks for the lollipop. Okay, who's next? How about one of you kids that were ready to
Yabba dabba doo, we're off and running. Alright guys, what you're looking at right there is the geographical center of the nation. Alright, that was exciting. For me. So, alright, we're heading to Rushmore. Off we go. Alright, Rushmore, lighting, fog. Here we go. Keep your fingers crossed. Well guys, it doesn't look promising. We got an hour and 20 minutes before the ceremony. But then again, Crazy Horse cleared out this morning. Alright, stand by.
Wait, can I
Alright, gang, well, welcome. We'll begin our evening lighting ceremony here in just a few minutes. To give you a little itinerary for tonight's proceedings, we will begin with a short Ranger program. We will then show the 20-minute film, Freedom, America's Lasting Legacy. Toward the end of that film, we will light the sculpture. And then to conclude, we'll ask all members of the military, both past and present, to join me on stage and assist in lowering the flag. Also, a few safety tips to keep in mind tonight. Please, please, please use caution when moving about and entering the amphitheater. Make sure you use a handrail as you do so. If you happen to acquire any garbage through tonight's program, if you could help our maintenance staff out and deposit those in the proper locations, that would be greatly appreciated. And if you have any questions or you need any further assistance, please see the ranger at the desk in the visitor center behind you. Now, as you were walking through the park tonight on your way here to the amphitheater, you probably saw some signs and banners talking about the 100th birthday of the National Park Service, which will be next year, 2016. Some of the programs for that celebration we are already implementing this year, and one of those is Healthy Parks, Healthy People. So for that initiative, Mount Rushmore is smoke-free, so please keep that in mind as well. And also, as you're walking through the park tonight, you walk through an area called the Avenue of Flags. And that area has 56 flags representing all 50 states, 3 territories, 2 commonwealths, and 1 district here in the United States of America. But not only does that represent the many areas we have within the United States, but it also represents the many visitors that we get here at Mount Rushmore. And of course, we come from many different locations. So what I'm going to do now is call out various areas throughout the United States. And if you live and are visiting from that area, shout out and let us know. And make sure it's nice and loud so the poor guys up on the mountain can hear it. All right, do we have anybody tonight visiting from any of the states in the Northeast? Anybody visiting tonight from any of the states in the Southeast? Usually a few more. Now, I'm sure I already know the answer to this next question, but I have to ask it anyway. Does there happen to be anyone visiting from any of the states here in the Midwest? Well, same 2 or 3 people that come in. Anybody visiting from any of the states in the Southwest? And anyone visiting from any of the states on the West Coast, including Alaska and Hawaii? And just out of curiosity, is there anyone visiting from any other country around the world?
Yes.
Once again, you guys beat out the Northeast, though. Well, as you can see, we come from many different locations here at Mount Rushmore, but also we come for many different reasons. Whether Mount Rushmore is just one of many stops along your trip here to the Black Hills, or perhaps it's been on your bucket list for the past 30 or 40 years. Whatever that reason, we welcome you to your national park, and we hope that we can help make this a very memorable experience for you here this evening. Thank you all again for coming, and we'll begin our program in just a few minutes.
Oh, yeah. What if I need to
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mount Rushmore National Memorial's Evening Lighting Ceremony. About 10 days ago, I retired very late. I could not have been long in bed when I fell into a slumber, for I was weary. I soon began to dream. There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs, as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight, but the same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. What could be the meaning of all this? Determined to find the cause of a state of things so mysterious and so shocking, I kept on until I arrived at the east room, which I entered. There I met with a sickening surprise. Before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it were stationed soldiers who were acting as guards. And there was a throng of people gazing mournfully upon the corpse, whose face was covered, others weeping pitifully. "Who is dead in the White House?" I demanded of one of the soldiers. "The president," was his answer. "He was killed by an assassin." Then came a loud burst of grief from the crowd, which woke me from my dream. I slept no more that night, and although it was only a dream, I have been strangely annoyed by it ever since. Abraham Lincoln mentioned this dream to his wife and a close friend on April 11, 1865. By this time, Lincoln already had over 300 death threats and several premonitions of his own assassination. Of course, this premonition would become all too real in just a few days. This past April marked the 150th anniversary of the end of the American Civil War and the first assassination of an American president. On the evening of April 14, 1865, Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. Shortly after Lincoln took his last breath at 7:22 the next morning, his Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, was reported to have said of Lincoln that, quote, Now he belongs to the ages. Now, many historians have speculated to what exactly Stanton meant by that saying. And many believe that he meant that Lincoln's time on this earth is now over, and now he belongs to history. So now it is up to the ages to decide Lincoln's legacy. Now, during his time in office, Lincoln was perhaps one of the most disliked presidents due to his use of broader powers and sometimes the stretching the Constitution during this time of insurrection. In both the Northern and Southern press, Lincoln was often called a simpleton, a fiend, buffoon, coward, and a tyrant. Few believe, because of his lack of education and leadership experience, that he was the person to handle such a crisis in this country as civil war. It was not until after his death that many seemed to forget these issues, and Lincoln was labeled a martyr, one of the last casualties of the rebellion. Then the country started looking at Abraham Lincoln in a much different way. And for the past 150 years, Lincoln has been represented as more of an icon in many different mediums. He's been the subject of some 14,000 books. Today, a family can scarcely drive through any state without seeing something associated with the 16th president. There are counties named after him in 13 different states, as well as 18 cities that bear the name Lincoln. His likeness can be seen on our currency and in over 200 statues and sculptures, like the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., and the one in front of you here tonight. Because in 1927, a sculptor named Gutzon Borglum began work on a carving to represent the first 150 years of American history here at Mount Rushmore in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Borglum chose 4 presidents to represent that time period. Now, as you know, they are George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Borglum's favorite president, Abraham Lincoln. As a great human being, Borglum wrote, Abraham Lincoln holds without question the first place in the hearts of the people. He was more deeply rooted in the home principles that are keeping us together than any man who was ever asked to make his heartbeat national. By this time, Borglum had already represented Lincoln in his artwork. One would be a bust of the president that is now housed in the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C., and the seated Lincoln in Newark, New Jersey. Even Lincoln's son Robert, who was still living at that time, said it was just like seeing father again upon viewing Borglum's first Lincoln. And Borglum's favoritism would even lead to naming his only son Lincoln. The Mount Rushmore Memorial represents the birth, expansion, preservation, and development of the United States through these 4 carvings. Lincoln's likeness represents the time in America where they faced its ultimate test. Borglum carved Lincoln to symbolize the president's determination to keep this country together and prove that the idea of self-government could, and more importantly would, endure. 150 years now after Lincoln's assassination, historians don't really any longer look at Lincoln as a martyr or an icon, but that of a human being. A human with many strengths and many weaknesses, but one that will always be the most recognized character of one of the most difficult times in our country's history. Lincoln would give his second inaugural address in March of 1865, just about a month before the war's end. With John Wilkes Booth and several other conspirators watching, Lincoln would not speak of victory, punishment, or triumph over secession, but of reuniting the country and ensuring the freedom for all Americans. That, Borglum hoped, would be evident to the ages that would visit this memorial. And what Lincoln will write in the last paragraph of that address is probably as pertinent today as it was 150 years ago. He would write, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." Thank you.
The United States of America. It's hard to imagine, but not long ago, this great land of ours was pure wilderness. A place where millions of bison roamed freely throughout the plains. And those who lived off the land revered it as sacred ground. Yet this country would face a dramatic change, quickly becoming the most advanced nation in the world, in technology, in peace, and in power. From its inception, the United States has shaped itself under the guidance of strong leaders, leaders who have taken risks, stood up to adversity, and never let go of their vision for a better country. Mount Rushmore reminds us of them, and the countless Americans who have made great sacrifices to ensure the lasting legacy of our country. Freedom. We strived for it. We died for it. We live for it. The year was 1923. The place, the Black Hills of South Dakota. State historian Doane Robinson proposed that these granite outcroppings could be the site of an enormous monument dedicated to the heroes of the West, such as Lewis and Clark and Chief Red Cloud. But commissioned sculptor Gutzon Borglum had a different concept in mind. Borglum was a passionately patriotic man and believed that a more fitting tribute should honor the American experience. A memorial that would represent our ideals, our dreams, and our accomplishments as a country. A memorial that would convey a spirit of patriotism. Borglum chose his canvas carefully, the giant granite rock face of Mount Rushmore. And in 1927, work on the mountain began. Borglum assembled a team of local miners, ranchers, and lumbermen to help with construction. The sculptor built a model of the presidents to serve as a guide. Every inch on the model represented 1 foot on the mountain. Year after year, Borglum and his crew hung perilously off the side of the mountain,
drilling and blasting their way to reach granite solid enough for carving. It took 14 years and nearly $1 million to complete the 4 60-foot faces. And even though the sculptor did not live to see the very final touches put into place, he was able to carry out his vision. 4 great Americans immortalized in stone, symbolizing the democratic society in which we live, the struggle for our independence, the fight for our freedom, and the sacrifices we have made since our country began more than 200 years ago. It was a time of rebellion and of war. It began as an uprising against British rule and turned into a full-fledged crusade for personal freedom and national independence. The American Revolution. From 1775 to 1783, up to 250,000 patriots engaged in battle. Even during the toughest times, when the Continental Army seemed undisciplined and ill-equipped, one man's courage and determination ultimately led the troops to victory over the British. The future father of our country, George Washington. Born and raised in colonial Virginia, George Washington grew up to be a firm believer in American independence. Even though his heart yearned for quiet family life at his Mount Vernon home, his deep commitment to the Republic made him answer the call of his country time and time again. As general, Washington became an instant hero throughout the colonies. The public was so enamored with him that many people wished that he become king. But Washington scoffed at such an idea.
The army must serve the country, but not rule it. Express your utmost horror and detestation of the man who wishes to overturn the liberties of our country. George Washington, 1783.
It was this kind of insight and integrity that made him the perfect person to oversee the creation of a new federal government. With no blueprint to follow, Washington kept the colonies united and on course during the infant years of this nation. And after ratification of the Constitution, when he was unanimously elected first President of the United States, Washington was keenly aware that he was laying down the framework for future presidents to follow. Washington's legacy is that of a man who was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. In his inaugural address, he spoke of the task that lay before this new nation.
The preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally staked, on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. George Washington, 1789.
George Washington welded this union, but it would take another great visionary to expand it. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson, 1776.
Thomas Jefferson was the voice of the American people, inspiring patriots with his carefully crafted words written in the Declaration of Independence. the document that gave birth to our nation. It was also Jefferson who fought for religious freedom and the democratic notion that people should have a say in government, two very American principles we cherish today. Thomas Jefferson always thought of himself more as a scientist or scholar than as a politician. And it was this quest for knowledge that played a role in the greatest achievement of his presidency. In 1803, Jefferson acquired the French lands west of the Mississippi in the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the size of the country. In an effort to find out what America now owned, Jefferson sent Meriwether Lewis and William Clark on their famous expedition out west. It was an exciting time of discovery for new Americans. However, what was good for a growing nation was not necessarily good for its original inhabitants. During this time of expansion, many Native Americans were uprooted from their homes and hunting grounds and pushed farther west. But during an address to a group of Cherokee chiefs, Jefferson prophesied about future relations between natives and new settlers.
I shall rejoice to see the day when the red men, our neighbors, become truly one people with us, enjoying all the rights and privileges we do, and living in peace and plenty as we do, without anyone to make them afraid, to injure their persons, or to take their property, without being punished for it according to fixed laws. Thomas Jefferson, 1808.
Jefferson's dream was slow to be realized as conflicts between the U.S. government and Native Americans set off a chain of events that dramatically reduced Native populations throughout the 19th century. Thomas Jefferson believed in the promise of America and had faith in the American people. But this faith would truly be tested nearly 60 years later, when the Republic came dangerously close to unraveling. The Civil War was the most tumultuous period in American history. The differences between the states had deeply divided a nation, pitting brother against brother on American soil. But it was the determination of one man to keep the United States united. Abraham Lincoln, our 16th president. Abraham Lincoln was a self-made man of great character, a frontiersman who came from humble beginnings. When Lincoln was inaugurated in 1861, he faced more adversity than any other president in U.S. history. Many southern states had withdrawn from the Union. And even though Lincoln opposed war, he warned the South in his inaugural address that he would take whatever measures necessary to stop the rebellion.
In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one, to preserve, protect, and defend it. Abraham Lincoln, 1861.
The Civil War raged on for 4 brutal years. But Lincoln stuck to his commitment to democracy. His main objective was to save the Union, and he also strongly believed in freedom for all Americans. Until slavery was abolished, Lincoln felt the U.S. could never truly be the home of the free. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation began the process that ended the evils of slavery forever. Over 500,000 Union and Confederate soldiers lost their lives in the Civil War. But during his famous Gettysburg Address, Lincoln reminded the American people what this war was really all about.
That we here highly resolve that these dead should not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that this government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln, 1863.
Over the next 50 years, the United States would go through a dramatic transformation. The year 1900 was coming around the bend, and America was turning from a rural republic to a budding industrial power. It was clear that this new century, which burst with hope, needed a fresh start and a fresh approach. It was Theodore Roosevelt, our 26th president, who led the way.
Is America a weakling? To shrink from the work of the great world powers? No! The young giant of the West stands on a continent and clasps the crest of an ocean in either hand. Our nation, glorious in youth and strength, looks into the future with eager eyes and rejoices as a strong man's run a race. Theodore Roosevelt, 1897.
He was energetic, he was robust, and he was eager to show the world that America was a force to be reckoned with. Theodore Roosevelt believed in the strenuous life. Frail and sickly as a young boy, he overcame his illnesses and grew up to be a naturalist, a cowboy, a war hero, an author, and President of the United States by the young age of 42. His vigorous outlook on life transferred to the Oval Office. Roosevelt was a man of action. He promoted economic freedom and was a friend to the working class, protecting their rights against big business and what he called the criminal rich. Roosevelt also expanded the country's power abroad. It was his support of the 1903 revolution in Panama that led the U.S. to acquire territory for the construction of the Panama Canal. This massive undertaking not only created a valuable link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, but it put the United States on the map in world politics. Yet, Roosevelt may be known best for his passion for the outdoors. He was vocal about conservation, and through the power of his presidency, he provided federal protection for almost 230 million acres of land.
To waste, to destroy our natural resources, to skin and exhaust the land instead of using it so as to increase its usefulness, will result in undermining in the days of our children the very prosperity which we ought by right to hand down to them amplified and developed. Theodore Roosevelt, 1907.
The pursuit of the American dream did not end with Theodore Roosevelt's term. Instead, it has carried us into the 21st century. Throughout history, countless Americans have made great sacrifices so that we can enjoy the freedoms of this land.
The only thing we have to fear. I have a dream today. Ask not what your country can do for you.
The same freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. The same freedoms millions of people have sought since the first immigrants arrived over 200 years ago. Gutzon Borglum reminds us of this with his timeless memorial. 4 Americans representing the birth, growth, preservation, and development of this country. All embodying the spirit of our nation. All advocates of freedom, dignity, and the ideals of American life.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountain majesties above the blue God shed His grace on me. Crown my good with pride from sea to shining.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join in singing America's national anthem.
Oh, say can you see my glory light? What so holy we hailed at twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through heaven fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bursting in the gloom of the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For the
We would now like to invite all members of the military, both past and present, to join me on stage and help us lower the flag. And if any of those members would like to volunteer in either holding or lowering the flag, please see me over there by the flag pole.
There you go, look at it. Nice. Nice. There it is. Yeah, you can see it now. So it's not those guys. Yeah, why would they think this is fun?
Thank you.
Introduce everyone on stage tonight, so if you could give us your name and branch of service.
Sam Wheeler, U.S. Air Force.
Gary Mellon, U.S. Air Force.
John Hoffman, Pennsylvania National Guard.
John Cusalito, U.S. Air Force.
Charlie Corbin, United States Navy.
Steve, United States Air Force.
Ken Johnson, United States Marine Corps.
Dave Sowers, U.S. Army, 82nd Airborne.
Taylor, U.S. Army. Harry Newman, U.S. Army.
Memory of my husband Harry, who's United States Marine Corps.
Dennis Walker, United States Navy. Alan Stessel, U.S. Air Force. Lowell Horning, United States Army. Larry Karaklis, United States Marine Corps. David Mack, U.S. Army. U.S. Navy.
Sal Guerrero, United States Marine Corps.
Brent Skidmore, U.S. Army.
Jack McDonough, U.S. Navy.
Scott Smith, United States Air Force.
Bob Kaufman, Navy, Hospital Corps. Paul Case, your United States Navy.
Solo, United States Navy. Charles Golda, U.S. Air Force.
Eric Griezmann, U.S. Air Force.
Scott Case, U.S. Coast Guard. Edward Copeland, U.S. Army.
Pete Percival, United States Navy.
Chris Nicely, Iowa National Guard.
Daryl Kranz, U.S. Air Force.
George Barker, U.S. Air Force.
Tom Miller, U.S. Army.
Dick Samaluka, U.S. Navy.
Greg Bennett, U.S. Army.
Greg Alexander, United States Air Force.
Jack Allen, United States Army, 1st Special Forces Group.
Dan Dirks, U.S. Army.
Joe Douglas, U.S. Air Force.
David Harris, United States Marine Corps.
Eric Cochran, United States Navy.
Good. Give a big round of applause for And we do thank you again very much for all that you've done for us. We thank you all as well for coming out this evening. Again, please use caution when exiting the amphitheater. Make sure you have all your belongings with you. Also, again, if you have any garbage, you could please dispose of that in proper locations. That would be greatly appreciated. Also, please use caution when driving to your next destination. It is very dark. Wildlife really enjoy this time of night. On behalf of the National Park Service here at Mount Rushmore National Memorial, thank you all again for coming, and have a great night.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed that foggy closing ceremony. Looks like I'm going to have to keep coming back until I get it right. Next time, tripod will be in use. Sorry about the shaking and the people moving around in front. Can't help that. Like I said, tripod next time. Maybe tomorrow night. Who knows? Oh wait, no, tomorrow night I gotta go to church. Maybe my last night I'll come back. But anyways, I'm going home, shutting my phone off, and I'm going to sleep. So, off we go to Neverland. This ends another adventure of Dashcam Adventures. Good night, y'all. Good morning. It is Wednesday, June 17th. And I have 2 more days in Rapid City, South Dakota. I still got a few more things on my list that I want to get done. So let's get to it. Alright guys, I'm in Deadwood, South Dakota, Mount Moriah Cemetery at the gravesite of Wild Bill Hickok. If you check out my video from Troy Grove to Dixon, you'll see the birthplace of Wild Bill. Next to Wild Bill, we have Calamity Jane.
So let me just...
And right over here, we have Potato Creek Johnny.
Have a great day. How are you doing, sir?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing well. What they have done is they've taken John Trumbull's painting here, the Declaration of Independence, and they have turned it into life-size 3D statues. It's the only one like it in the world, so it is art in the round. You can view the art from all angles in the gallery. What you're looking at is the Committee of 5, these guys right here. They're presenting the first draft of the Declaration of Independence to Mr. John Hancock. And most of us, we recognize Mr. Ben Franklin and then Mr. Thomas Jefferson. But there were 56 signers. So we kind of encourage our guests to get to know some of the other signers, such as Mr. Livingston. He's standing behind Thomas Jefferson. He was the only one of the Committee of 5 who did not sign the Declaration of Independence. He helped prepare it and he helped present it. He was called to a last-minute meeting in New York. Yeah. And he was also the lead negotiator in the Louisiana Purchase. Okay. Let's see, how about if we pick on Mr. Richard Henry Lee right here. He is the one, if you notice as you go around the gallery, his right hand covers his left. He's missing 4 fingers on his left hand. He lost them in a hunting accident. And during that time frame, if you were disfigured or dismembered, you considered way down on the social ladder. So he put a black silk handkerchief over his hand. And it worked to his advantage. because when these men would get in a heated argument, he would wave that cloth. He knew what he was doing. So you'll notice on the outer ring of the gallery, we do have short biographies of each of the signers. Above that, we have replica flags of the 13 original colonies. And let's see, I'm going to go ahead and start a narration.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? Okay. Please feel free to move about the gallery, sit down, relax, walk about. Okay?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to sit down for a bit.
Okay, then. I'll wait till you get seated and then I'll start the narration.
Okay.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve political bands which have connected them with another, they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. King George is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burned our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people.
It is a hot, humid, and sultry July day in the city of Philadelphia in the colony of Pennsylvania. The year 1776. Doors are shut, windows sealed, shutters closed. Eavesdroppers and spies are lurking among the small crowd milling about outside the Pennsylvania State Assembly House. There are 2.5 million colonists living in America, and at least 500,000 of them remain loyal to the British Crown. Inside, a cloud of tobacco smoke hangs in the heavy, dank air. The scent of perfumes disguise odors from the irregular bathing habits of colonial times. The argument has been intense, yet delegates to the Second Continental Congress have reached an acceptable compromise. But make no mistake, along with reason and conversation, the air is charged with emotion, anger, and rage, as each man summons the courage to overcome his fears. What these men are about to do is willingly and purposefully commit high treason. There is no turning back now. This is much more than a personal insult to King George III. It is an affront to history, an assault on the most powerful empire on earth. Some even see it as a challenge to the divine order of the universe. This is a very risky business.
In the spring of 1775, the midnight riot of Paul Revere and William Dawes rallied local militiamen to Lexington and Concord to divide the British Army in the first skirmishes of the Revolutionary War. A great American essayist would later write about this famous fight.
Here once the embattled farmers stood, and finally shot heard round the world.
In 1775, just 58 days after the battles of Lexington and Concord, the Americans inflicted grievous casualties on the British at Bunker Hill, outside of Boston. The British took Bunker Hill that day, but Bunker Hill cost the British much more than it was worth.
Throughout the 13 colonies, people were sick and tired of paying oppressive taxes and watching as the British enforced collection with brutality. Colonists responded with acts of protest and resistance.
What we now call the Boston Tea Party was the culmination of the resistance against the Tea Act of 1773. Sons of Liberty boarded the ships and threw the chests of tea into Boston Harbor.
No taxation without representation.
Men of goodwill from both Great Britain and the American colonies crisscrossed the Atlantic, hoping to find some solution. In 1774, Ben Franklin was called before the British Privy Council, where he assumed he would be treated with the dignity of his position as representative of Pennsylvania. Instead, he was taken into an old cockfighting arena and subjected to a blistering hour-long tongue lashing by the Solicitor General.
In spite of the humiliating attack, Franklin maintained his silence as the crowd jeered. He had entered the room a hopeful diplomat.
Franklin left a committed revolutionary. The delegates gathered in Philadelphia realized that King George and the British Parliament intended to ruthlessly punish the colonials for their rebellions. Up and down the 13 colonies, they felt the heavy hand of the king grinding them into submission. By early 1776, Thomas Paine's revolutionary pamphlet, Common Sense, helped fuel the cause of liberty among folk who believed it was common sense for them to fight for their own liberty. The American Revolution was armed, cocked, and ready to go full blast. Thomas Jefferson and the rest of the Second Continental Congress will finally declare in the summer of 1776 that America is a free and sovereign nation. Their actions will change the course of human history.
Who are these men? We're familiar with the famous few. We've heard their names from our earliest days at school. Thomas Jefferson, a visionary thinker and great writer, has been appointed to draft the Declaration of Independence.
Benjamin Franklin, the eldest and most famous of this group, has worked with John Adams to craft and edit the document. As the presiding officer of the Congress, John Hancock will boldly sign his name first in a hand so large.
King George may read it without his spectacles.
Or so the story goes.
These men are farmers, merchants, lawyers, physicians, and ministers. Their life experiences, education, and accomplishments may differ, but they are all successful, distinguished men. If we want to see a cross-section of 18th century American leaders, we need look no further than this room. John Witherspoon was a Presbyterian minister from Scotland who became an American the moment he landed. He didn't hesitate to mix politics and the pulpit, and he didn't mince his words.
In my judgment, we are not only ripe for independence, but in danger of rising for water.
Reverend Witherspoon paid a high price for independence. His son was killed at the Battle of Germantown.
Richard Henry Lee of the large Lee clan of Virginia is the great orator. He sits next to Samuel Adams, cousin of John Adams, whose rabble-rousing rhetoric helped to fire the colonial revolt.
Stephen Hopkins stands out in the hat he wears. His frail signature on the Declaration of Independence was caused by his lifelong shaking palsy. With his custom of drinking nothing all day, and then nothing but Jamaican rum and water all evening, Hopkins gave new meaning to the term revolutionary spirit, while regaling his fellow delegates with his wit and wisdom. Charles Carroll is the only Roman Catholic among a group of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. For him, religious liberty was of the utmost importance. He would live on to the ripe old age of 95 as the last living saint.
Thomas Jefferson and John Adams are the only two American presidents among the 56 signers. They also share the same death date. Both died on July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of Independence Day. Jefferson still lives. The 90-year-old Adams whispered on his deathbed, but he was wrong about that. His lifelong friend had expired a few hours earlier at Monticello.
For the most part, these men are not political extremists. Most were born to a life of wealth and privilege. Others are self-made men, and a few, including Ben Franklin, Roger Sherman, and George Walton, are self-educated too. Some are soldiers as well as statesmen. Oliver Wolcott, a general in the Connecticut militia, was in New York City on the day the Declaration of Independence was read aloud to General Washington's troops. He watched as a cheering mob of patriots toppled a large statue of King George astride a horse, and then Wolcott got a wonderful idea. He had pieces of the broken statue shipped to his farm in Connecticut, where he put his wife, his children, and other volunteers to work, melting the lead statue into more than 42,000 bullets used at the Battle of Saratoga. His 11-year-old daughter, Mary Ann, is credited with making 10,790 bullets herself.
Where are the women, you may well ask? There are none, of course, among the delegates to this Continental Congress. Women didn't have the right to vote in 1776, much less hold political office. Married women couldn't even hold property in their own name. But there is little doubt that our founding mothers, women like Abigail Adams, every bit the patriot of her husband John, supported the cause of independence. British soldiers destroyed the home of Elizabeth and Francis Lewis. They imprisoned Elizabeth for weeks under harsh conditions. Finally, General Washington negotiated her release in a prisoner of war squad. She suffered greatly in the ordeal and died less than 2 years later.
Myths and legends surround our founding fathers. Some stories are inflated facts. Others are fictional accounts that become legends. It was important to a new country, however, to have heroes and tales of courage to unite people.
These men wrote that all men are created equal, but the times were different. Slaves were considered property, often listed along with the household furniture in the ledgers of Jefferson's Monticello or Washington's Mount Vernon.
Estimates vary, but between 1/3 and 1/2 of the signers owned slaves. Some freed their slaves after the signing. Some thought that slavery was on the way out and would soon die off of its own accord. Others saw slavery as an economic necessity and clung to it tenaciously. Some found themselves on the horns of a dilemma, damned one way or damned the other, with personal values in conflict with each other. Thomas Jefferson wrote to a friend,
"As it is, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold them nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale and self-preservation in the other."
Though appalling to us in this day and age, they didn't even address the rights of anyone other than all white men. Their primary goal was to free the colonies from the rule of the king. Consequently, the issue of rights for others was left for future generations to address and resolve.
our forefathers were just like us, human beings made of the same stuff we are, sharing the same hopes and dreams for themselves and their families. They were flesh and blood men with inadequacies and hypocrisies. But in the end, when called upon them to muster incredible resources of courage, they stepped up, raised the pen, and risked their liberty and their lives for a signature on a piece of paper.
Most of these men are unsung heroes who, like most of us, were fallible human beings. But they aspired to values that were very dear to them. Values for which they were laying their very lives on the line. These men had a great sense of what they called their sacred honor. Were they always worthy? Of course not. But they sought this ideal. Theirs was not just the pursuit of happiness. It was a clash of worldviews, and it would be the birth of a new nation.
By the God in heaven, I owe no allegiance to the King of England.
Let the British be warned that there will be an obstinate, awful, and tremendous war.
I am on fire for religious freedom, the best and most glorious cause.
The gun and the bayonet alone will finish the contest in which we are engaged. All power is derived from the people.
Before them today is the final document, drafted by Jefferson, edited by Franklin and Adams, the result of many months of political wrangling, but they have finally come to a consensus.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Most Americans are familiar with these famous words from the Declaration of Independence, but we may not know what comes next. A very angry, hostile, and confrontational document words that threaten the solidly entrenched, long-enduring, and far-reaching British Empire.
The Declaration lists 18 major grievances and another 9 specific offenses against King George.
To prove this, let the facts be submitted to a candid world. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us.
For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world.
For imposing taxes on us without our consent.
Or depriving us, in many cases, of the benefit of a trial by jury.
For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses.
Or suspending our own legislatures. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us.
The spirit of revolt is in the air. The die has been cast, and now there is no turning back.
A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may defy the tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. My dearest wish is for my country to become independent.
Sink or swim, live or die, survive or perish with my country is my unalterable determination.
As I believe the voice of all sensible and honest men, I vote for independence.
My hand trembles, but my heart does not.
Gentlemen, we must now hang together, or we shall most assuredly all hang separately.
With nothing but hope, an undisciplined army and navy, uncertain financial support from other nations, and a mere piece of parchment declaring their intentions, these men will go from this room, gathering their compatriots along the way, to face down the mightiest colonial power on earth.
In total, the American Revolution would last for 8 years at a terrible cost in blood, lives, and fortunes. Of the 2.5 million colonists in America, 6,800 were killed in battle, some 8,000 were wounded, and about 10,000 died of disease. More than 18,000 were taken as British prisoners, including 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence. The British lost approximately 24,000 men. It is second only to the Civil War as the bloodiest war in American history. Through their courage and sacrifice, these men gave us a legacy of hope and freedom. They left us with a great challenge as well. We, the people of the United States of America, are honor-bound to maintain and protect their vision of life and liberty.
Appearing patriotic, wrapping ourselves up in old glory and singing rousing songs, pledging our undying allegiance to the republic for which the flag stands, loudly proclaiming and demanding our rights is pretty easy, unless your life is on the line.
We celebrate the 4th of July as Independence Day, but on that day in 1776, 56 valiant but very courageous men risked it all, defied the most powerful colonial empire on earth, and invented a country. In the name of freedom, liberty, and justice, and the true American dream, they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to each other and their country, and fixed their names to a single piece of parchment, the Declaration of Independence, that changed the course of human history. Could you have done it? Would you have done it?
And then the light show. Hey, your mama and them got blankets. They got a nice room. Okay. They don't want to see you?
Here we go.
Hello and welcome everybody.
Hey!
My name is Erin, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of the National Services of Mount Rushmore National Park. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. Originally, I grew up in New York, and I've lived in South Dakota the last few years. Do we have any New Yorkers in the audience? Yeah. All right, how about any from South Dakota? At 9 o'clock, I will come out and formally start the program. I'll be talking about the 4 men behind me and the reason why they were chosen to be part of this Wyomingj. Then we'll show a 20-minute film. After that, I encourage you to stand and listen to our national anthem. And lastly, all military members, past and present, will come down on stage with me as we take the colors down to the evening. After you've soaked up all the inspiration possible, I encourage you to look around your seats, make sure you keep all your belongings with you. If you have any trash, we have a trash can located at the back of the amphitheater. If you have any questions or needs or concerns, there's another ranger in the visitor center behind you, and the visitor center will be open until 10 o'clock tonight. So, like I said, I'll be back out at 9 o'clock to formally start the program. I encourage you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this evening. Tonight, I would like to talk about the history of America. Because everything in American culture is derived from the past. There are some that might disagree with that statement, thinking that history is meaningless. But what would happen to our country if we forgot where we came from? The great philosopher George Santayana said those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. Tonight, it is to our past that I would like to turn. Our nation's past is filled with great men and women who represent the best that our nation has to offer. One second. But ultimately, these people, they were human. They were just like you and me, and each of them faced the unique circumstances of their own time, and they had to rise to the occasion. They all made mistakes along the way. They all lost their way at some point and then reclaimed it. And that is what a leader is. Someone who is not perfect, but who is able to lead despite their imperfection. Mount Rushmore is a monument to the great figures from America's past. And it was these men who formed the foundation on which our nation was forged. In doing so, they created a legacy of hope for future generations, including our own. George Washington is this country's founding father. He was our first national hero. In our nation's fight for independence from Britain, Washington held together a ragtag army of American colonists against the greatest army in the world at that time, the British Army. After defeating the British Army, Washington could have marched his own army into the capital and declared himself King of America. Some people were actually worried that that might happen. But Washington did not do that. In fact, he desperately wanted to go home to Mount Vernon and live out his whole life. The Americans wanted no one else to lead them. He was elected the first president of the United States, and everything he did set the precedent for years to come. Washington believed it was necessary to strike a balance between making the presidency powerful enough to function effectively without becoming a king or a dictator. Washington influenced the presidency by setting standards for political power, the military, and the economy. He served 2 terms But I believe one of Washington's greatest feats was his refusal to accept the proffered crown and his willingness to relinquish the office after 2 terms. He set the standard for limits on powers of the presidency, and his achievements built the foundations of our national government that has survived for more than 2 centuries. He was the man who could have been king, but refused the crown to save the republic. Thomas Jefferson is another founder of our country. He was the primary author of the Declaration of Independence, and he wrote these immortal words. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, and are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As our nation's 3rd president, he had a pivotal role in forming the American identity, and he made the best real estate deal in all of American history, the Louisiana Purchase. With the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, the United States purchased over 800 million square miles of territory from France, doubling the size of the young republic. Jefferson asked Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to go on one of the greatest adventures of 100 lifetimes and go explore the uncharted American West. They were to gather information on the plants, animals, and people of the region. This group, called the Corps of Discovery, faced nearly every obstacle and hardship imaginable on their trip. And they passed this way on their explorations up the Missouri River. The Louisiana Purchase is considered one of the most important achievements of Thomas Jefferson's presidency. It opens America up for eventual expansion to the Pacific. Only a giant of Jefferson's stature could have envisioned this and made his vision become a reality. Abraham Lincoln. He was a giant among giants. So few presidents have been so reviled in life and yet so mourned in death. He led our country through its darkest time, the American Civil War, when we were literally tearing ourselves apart. Why didn't he just let the South go? That was an opinion favored by many back in 1860. Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." And he had a vision of a united America. He was fiercely political and he wanted to end slavery. And he understood it required patience, careful timing, and shrewd calculations. After the Battle of Antietam, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation and freed the slaves. And now, he needed someone to win him the war. And that man would be Ulysses S. Grant. He had the moral courage to command the army, and he used it for the purpose of uniting the country again. Northern victory in the war preserved the United States as one nation, and it ended the institution of slavery that had divided us from the beginning. But these achievements, it came at the cost of 620,000 American lives. Let me say that again, 620,000 American lives. You could say that Lincoln was the last casualty of the war. Lee surrendered to Grant on April 9, 1865, and just 5 days later, Lincoln was shot in the War Theater. He had a vision for this country, and he was committed to preserving the Union at any cost. Giants such as Lincoln are truly immortal, and now he belongs to the ages. The last man I will speak about this evening is Theodore Roosevelt. He was a firecracker. He had this abundant energy and spirit, and he was able to focus it on any endeavor he pursued. He said, "Strenuous effort and overcoming hardships are ideals that should be embraced by Americans." Living the strenuous life is one of his mottos, and he led a strenuous life filled with adventure. He traveled the world as a big game hunter. He led the celebrated Rough Riders through the Spanish-American War. He was governor of New York and rose to our nation's highest office. His motto was "Speak softly and carry a big stick." A great example of this in action was when Roosevelt commissioned 16 new battleships, painted them bright white, and sent them on a tour around the world. This was a great way to show off America's military might. One of Roosevelt's many passions in life was nature and conservation. After he became president, he used his authority to protect wildlife and public lands. He created the U.S. Forest Service, 150 national forests, and 5 national parks. One of those forests that he created is right down the road from here, Black Hills National Forest. During his presidency, Theodore Roosevelt protected approximately 230 million acres of public land. He said, and I quote, "There can be nothing in the world more beautiful than the Yosemite, the groves of the giant sequoias and redwoods, the canyon of the Colorado, the canyon of the Yellowstone, the 3 Tetons. And our people should see to it that they are preserved for their children and their children's children forever, with their majestic beauty all unmarred." Tonight, I have spoken briefly of 4 great men from America's past. Where would we be today without their towering examples of truth, honor, and dignity? A nation needs to recognize its giants, men and women who changed the course of history for the better. We all have the potential to become giants. Truth, honor, and dignity are timeless qualities, and each of us in our own way can set examples for our family and our friends. We can work to better our communities. Mount Rushmore is a monument to the great men who made this nation what it is today. And who knows what the future might bring, but maybe in a century or two, a historian looking back on our time might talk about the great men and women who are alive today. Thank you.
United States of America. It's hard to imagine, but not long ago, this great land of ours was pure wilderness. A place where millions of bison roamed freely throughout the plains. And those who lived off the land revered it as sacred ground. Yet this country would face a dramatic change, quickly becoming the most advanced nation in the world, in technology, in peace, and in power. From its inception, the United States has shaped itself under the guidance of strong leaders. Leaders who have taken risks, stood up to adversity, and never let go of their vision for a better country. Mount Rushmore reminds us of them, and the countless Americans who have made great sacrifices to ensure the lasting legacy of our country. Freedom. We strived for it. We died for it. We live for it. The year was 1923. The place, the Black Hills of South Dakota. State historian Doane Robinson proposed that these granite outcroppings could be the site of an enormous monument dedicated to the heroes of the West, such as Lewis and Clark and Chief Red Cloud. But commissioned sculptor Gutzon Borglum had a different concept in mind. Borglum was a passionately patriotic man and believed that a more fitting tribute should honor the American experience. A memorial that would represent our ideals, our dreams, and our accomplishments as a country. A memorial that would convey a spirit of patriotism one chose his canvas carefully, the giant granite rock face of Mount Rushmore. And in 1927, work on the mountain began. Borglum assembled a team of local miners, ranchers, and lumbermen to help with construction. The sculptor built a model of the presidents to serve as a guide. Every inch of the model represented 1 foot on the mountain. Year after year, Borglum and his crew hung perilously off the side of the mountain, drilling and blasting their way to reach granite solid enough for carving. It took 14 years and nearly $1 million to complete the 4 60-foot faces. And even though the sculptor did not live to see the very final touches put into place, he was able to carry out his vision. 4 great Americans immortalized in stone, symbolizing the democratic society in which we live, the struggle for our independence, the fight for our freedom, and the sacrifices we have made since our country began more than 200 years ago. It was a time of rebellion and of war. It began as an uprising against British rule and turned into a full-fledged crusade for personal freedom and national independence. The American Revolution. From 1775 to 1783, up to 250,000 patriots engaged in battle. Even during the toughest times, when the Continental Army seemed undisciplined and ill-equipped, one man's courage and determination ultimately led the troops to victory over the British. The future father of our country, George Washington. Born and raised in colonial Virginia, George Washington grew up to be a firm believer in American independence. Even though his heart yearned for quiet family life at his Mount Vernon home, his deep commitment to the Republic made him answer the call of his country time and time again. As general, Washington became an instant hero throughout the colonies. The public was so enamored with him that many people wished that he become king. But Washington scoffed at such an idea.
The army must serve the country, but not rule it. Express your utmost horror and detestation of the man who wishes to overturn the liberties of our country. George Washington, 1783.
It was this kind of insight and integrity that made him the perfect person to oversee the creation of a new federal government. With no blueprint to follow, Washington kept the colonies united and on course during the infant years of this nation. And after ratification of the Constitution, when he was unanimously elected first President of the United States, Washington was keenly aware that he was laying down the framework for future presidents to follow. Washington's legacy is that of a man who was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. In his inaugural address, he spoke of the task that lay before this new nation.
The preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally staked, on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. George Washington, 1789.
George Washington welded this union. but it would take another great visionary to expand it. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson, 1776.
Thomas Jefferson was the voice of the American people, inspiring patriots with his carefully crafted words written in the Declaration of Independence, the document that gave birth to our nation. It was also Jefferson who fought for religious freedom and the democratic notion that people should have a say in government, two very American principles we cherish today. Thomas Jefferson always thought of himself more as a scientist or scholar than as a politician. And it was this quest for knowledge that played a role in the greatest achievement of his presidency. In 1803, Jefferson acquired the French lands west of the Mississippi and the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the size of the country. In an effort to find out what America now owned, Jefferson sent Meriwether Lewis and William Clark on their famous expedition out west. It was an exciting time of discovery for new Americans. However, what was good for a growing nation was not necessarily good for its original inhabitants. During this time of expansion, many Native Americans were uprooted from their homes and hunting grounds and pushed farther west. But during an address to a group of Cherokee chiefs, Jefferson prophesied about future relations between natives and new settlers.
I shall rejoice to see the day when the red men, our neighbors, become truly one people with us, enjoying all the rights and privileges we do, and living in peace and plenty as we do, without anyone to make them afraid, to injure their persons, or to take their property, without being punished for it according to fixed laws. Thomas Jefferson, 1808.
Jefferson's dream was slow to be realized as conflicts between the U.S. government and Native Americans set off a chain of events that dramatically reduced Native populations throughout the 19th century. Thomas Jefferson believed in the promise of America and had faith in the American people. But this faith would truly be tested nearly 60 years later, when the Republic came dangerously close to unraveling. The Civil War was the most tumultuous period in American history. The differences between the states had deeply divided a nation, pitting brother against brother on American soil. But it was the determination of one man to keep the United States united. Abraham Lincoln, our 16th president. Abraham Lincoln was a self-made man of great character, a frontiersman who came from humble beginnings. When Lincoln was inaugurated in 1861, he faced more adversity than any other president in U.S. history. Many southern states had withdrawn from the Union. And even though Lincoln opposed war, he warned the South in his inaugural address that he would take whatever measures necessary to stop the rebellion.
In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one, to preserve, protect, and defend it. Abraham Lincoln, 1861.
The Civil War raged on for 4 brutal years. But Lincoln stuck to his commitment to democracy, His main objective was to save the Union, and he also strongly believed in freedom for all Americans. Until slavery was abolished, Lincoln felt the U.S. could never truly be the home of the free. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation began the process that ended the evils of slavery forever. Over 500,000 Union and Confederate soldiers lost their lives in the Civil War. But during his famous Gettysburg Address, Lincoln reminded the American people what this war was really all about.
That we here highly resolve that these dead should not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that this government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln, 1863.
Over the next 50 years, the United States would go through a dramatic transformation. The year 1900 was coming around the bend, and America was turning from a rural republic to a budding industrial power. It was clear that this new century, which burst with hope, needed a fresh start and a fresh approach. It was Theodore Roosevelt, our 26th president, who led the way.
Is America a weakling, to shrink from the work of the great world powers? No! The young giant of the West stands on a continent and clasps the crest of an ocean in either hand. Our nation, glorious in youth and strength, looks into the future with eager eyes and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. Theodore Roosevelt, 1897.
He was energetic, he was robust, and he was eager to show the world that America was a force to be reckoned with. Theodore Roosevelt believed in the strenuous life. Frail and sickly as a young boy, he overcame his illnesses and grew up to be a naturalist, a cowboy, a war hero, an author, and President of the United States by the young age of 42. His vigorous outlook on life transferred to the Oval Office. Roosevelt was a man of action. He promoted economic freedom and was a friend to the working class, protecting their rights against big business and what he called the criminal rich. Roosevelt also expanded the country's power abroad. It was his support of the 1903 revolution in Panama that led the U.S. to acquire territory for the construction of the Panama Canal. This massive undertaking not only created a valuable link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, but it put the United States on the map in world politics. Yet, Roosevelt may be known best for his passion for the outdoors. He was vocal about conservation, and through the power of his presidency, he provided federal protection for almost 230 million acres of land.
To waste, to destroy our natural resources, to skin and exhaust the land instead of using it so as to increase its usefulness, will result in undermining in the days of our children the very prosperity which we ought by right to hand down to them amplified and developed. Theodore Roosevelt, 1907.
The pursuit of the American dream did not end with Theodore Roosevelt's term. Instead, it has carried us into the 21st century. Throughout history, countless Americans have made great sacrifices so that we can enjoy the freedoms of this land.
The only thing we have to do. I have a dream to ask not what your country can do for you,
the same freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. The same freedoms millions of people have sought since the first immigrants arrived over 200 years ago. Gutzon Borglum reminds us of this with his timeless memorial. 4 Americans representing the birth, growth, preservation, and development of this country. All embodying the spirit of our nation. All advocates of freedom, dignity, and the ideals of American life.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountain majesties, above the fruited plain.
There it is.
From sea to
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join in singing America's national anthem.
Oh, say can you see my lonely light? What's running we hailed and twilight has gleamed, whose broad stripes and bright stars through endless sight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets came through the night, that our flag could still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
Right. Mount Rushmore is known as the Shrine of Democracy, and we would not be the great nation we are today without America's military. So I would like to invite military members, past and present, to come down and join me on stage as we take the flag down for the evening.
You got everything to share? Yeah. What can you miss? It was nice meeting you, sir.
You too.
You have a safe trip back home.
You too. Thank you.
Oh.
It's lightning.
Oh, it's time to shut it down. You heard what he said? 40 mile radius. Shut it down. I got it.
Oh, cool. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Go back by Bill Jean and try to take it.
You think he ain't? You think he ain't? You think he ain't? 'Cause you know.
And we're actually going to go down the line and we'll ask you what your name and your rank is. Sorry, I'm in red name and
Hey, good trip back to Chicago.
Thank you.
John Stark, United States Navy. Laurel, United States Navy. Retired.
Rebecca Leonidas, active duty United States Air Force.
Right here.
Here.
Somebody come out the stairs.
Tom Shagley, U.S. Air Force. Mark Flotto, Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps. Captain Gary Hintz, United States Army. Matthew Kenzie.
Jamie Coles, United States. Mike Phillips, United States Air Force. Andy Kersey, U.S. Air Force.
Julio Furlow, U.S. Army. Mark, U.S. Army. David Hunt, retired United States Army. Bill Leonard,
U.S. Naval students.
Dave Trot, U.S. Marine.
Student Chief, very well.
To do the Wizards, I don't think there is. Amber, stay back to check it out.
现在路口等我们，我们先去上个厕所了。他俺妈说的。真的路口小便的地方。
Lori Liveth, U.S. Air Force.
Nichols, U.S. Air Force.
Yeah.
Donald Churchill, U.S. Army.
Yeah.
Train, U.S. Army. John Barnes, U.S. Air. David Hedrick, United States Navy. Lester, U.S. Air Force. Eric Walker, United States Navy. John Washington, United States Navy.
Roger Frank, States Army.
Patty Eline, U.S. Army Nurse Corps, Vietnam vet.
John Williamson, United States First Class, U.S. Navy. John Ernst, U.S. Army.
Jamie Hughes, Senior Chief, U.S. Navy.
Chief Ryder, United States Navy.
And J.G. Captain Gale, United States Navy.
Robert Glover, U.S. Army. Nancy, U.S. Army. United States Air Force.
在下面呢，下面呢，我们那个是3楼啊，还是2楼？
First Class Terrence Soren, United States Army. Nolan Lee, United States Marine.
McKenna, Banker, U.S. Navy.
Michael Gary, United States Navy. Lauren Perry, Airman First Class, Josh Bassett, U.S. Army. Josh Washington, U.S. Air Force.
Buddy Bearfish, United States Army.
James Brock, United States Army. Here, United States Army.
怎么可能换一个就是国庆，这不是国庆日，直接换一个。
Corporal David Oaks, Operation United States Army. James Adam White, United States Army. Paul Scott, U.S. States Army.
Lee Hippie, Air Force.
Gary Hippie, U.S. Army. Philip Wade, U.S. Army.
Vargas, United States Marine Corps.
First Lieutenant Don Perry, U.S. Army. Jim Miner, U.S. Air Force. Sergeant First Class Gary Garner, U.S. Army.
Mark Conyers, U.S. Coast Guard. Retired Command Sergeant Major Walter Brown, Army.
Nick White, U.S. Army. Larry Banner, U.S. Air Force, retired. John Overholland, U.S. Air Force. Steve Red, retired, United States Air Force. Steve Bergman, U.S. Air Force. Scott Govins, U.S. Army. Marquis Specialist, 5th Class, U.S. Army. Ed Berridge, U.S. Army. Staff Sergeant Rob Clute, U.S. Army.
All right, let's give a big round of applause for safely, and we hope to see you back again. Thank you very much.
Dad, you said there'd be lights.
Good morning. It is 6:05 a.m. South Dakota time. And after a fantastic week in Rapid City and the Black Hills, it is time to head back to Chicago. It is approximately 7:05 a.m. Chicago time, and we have a couple stops to make before we get to our final destination of the day, Albert Lea, Minnesota. So let's get started.
Thank you.